gitu. Oh, iya, iya, iya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning from Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sandra Rosali. It's a precious chance for me to be your master of ceremony on this very special occasion. Welcome back to the third day of International Summer Course 2022. This event presented by University of Muhammadiyah Professor Dr. Hamka and University of Muhammadiyah Tangerang. First of all,
Recording in
let us
progress.
say thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because of His mercies and blessings, we can attend this event without any obstacles at all. Praise and salutations upon Him, our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the last messenger who had brought us to the path of light and left to darkness in this life. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say welcome to Associate Professor Dr. Natra Saad, Dr. Huria Al-Islami, PhD, and Mr. Samudra Putra, SST MBA as our speakers today. Respect moderators and all the participants. Once again, welcome back to the third day of International Summer Course 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, on this very special occasion, let me read the several agenda as follows. The first agenda is opening and introduction video of Economics and Business Faculty of University Muhammadiyah Professor Dr. Hamka and University of Muhammadiyah Tangerang. Second agenda is the pre-task sessions by committee. The third agenda is a lecture by Associate Professor Dr. Natra Saad and Dr. Huria Al-Islami, PhD. The fourth is game. The fifth is the last lecture by Mr. Samudra Putra, SST MBA. The next agenda is post-test sessions, and the last is closing. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin this event by reciting Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Now, let's see the introduction video of Economics and Business Faculty of University Muhammadiyah Professor Dr. Hamka and University Muhammadiyah Tangerang, that presented by our committee.
Kiai Haji Ahmad Dahlan was the founder of the Muhammadiyah Islamic Organization, whose spirit has been enlightening, educating, and advancing people until recently. Buya Hamka is a figure of the nation's intellectual cleric, who inspires us to prepare young generations to excel in the domains of spiritual, intellectual, emotional, and social capability. University of Muhammadiyah Professor Dr. Hamka, or widely known as UHAMKA, is located in the center of the metropolitan city of Jakarta and is accessible to various means of the city transformation. Such an easy access has increased the university effectivity in providing quality education for the young generation. UHAMKA promotes the Islamic values and Muhammadiyah in its teaching and learning processes, and in many life aspects, preparing its graduates to excel intellectually and spiritually.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dengan lisensi akreditasi A yang kami miliki, lulusan UHAMKA bisa dengan mudah memasuki dunia kerja yang serba kompetitif maupun sukses dalam berwirausaha. Karena UHAMKA membekali pribadi setiap lulusan berkarakter, cerdas, kreatif, dan inovatif di era industri 4.0 yang serba digital.
UHAMKA has 10 faculties with modern teaching and learning facilities and infrastructure, one of which is Faculty of Pharmacy and Pharmaceutical Sciences. These faculties are supported by professional teaching staff as well as modern classroom.
Alasan saya memilih di UHAMKA adalah karena alat-alat yang lengkap dan tenaga-tenaga pengajar di sini adalah dosen-dosen yang profesional.
Laboratory facilities and infrastructure to prepare qualified graduates in health research. One of the leading sectors in the faculty is the research on the halal test of food ingredients. Such a research sector has been referred by many large companies in determining the halal category of a food product. The Faculty of Medicines is equipped with comprehensive laboratory facilities and always updates the teaching and learning materials with the current development of theories and application. The Faculty of Economics and Business prepares its graduates with sufficient competences in the field of Islamic economy and business. One among the courses presents the Islamic philanthropy. The teaching and learning facilities are supported with library and other teaching and learning resources that focus on the study of economy, accounting, management, and Islamic banking. The Faculty of Engineering runs a teaching and learning system that develops students' intelligence and skills in mastering their preferable field of study, allowing them to contribute directly to technology advancement and to prepare them to participate in the world of work.
Kami dari program studi teknik elektron dan alhamdulillah inilah hasil karya kita, robot pemadam api.
Faculty of Teacher Training and Pedagogy. The Faculty of Teacher Training and Pedagogy provides an intensive education to potential teaching staff and educators. It promotes each graduate to have sufficient skills and attitude, Islamic piety, general and specific competences at national and international level, maintaining UHAMKA's reputation as a reliable and trusted institution of teaching education.
Alasan saya kuliah di sini karena akreditasi A. Telah di sana segala gitu daftar di UHAMKA.
In preparing professional teachers, the teaching and learning process are supported by sufficient infrastructure and the current teaching method. This is to prepare future teachers who can contribute directly to the welfare of the community and to prepare the future of the nation's bright young generation. Faculty of Islamic Studies. The Faculty of Islamic Studies here is to prepare Islamic education teachers and to manage Islamic affiliated organizations. The Faculty of Psychology develops psychological sciences that is integrated with Islamic values to prepare for professional graduates that excel in various psychological professions. The Faculty of Health Sciences prepares qualified health workers through the development of health sciences to improve the welfare and health of the community. The Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, with the primary study program, namely Communication Science, prepares its graduates who excel in various fields of communication science. With the support of professional teachers, teaching and learning facilities, the faculty presents the real professional world to the students.
Saya mengambil jurusan ini karena fasilitas di FISIP UHAMKA sangatlah menunjang kebutuhan mahasiswa. Masuk UHAMKA Kalian nggak akan nyesal.
UHAMKA Graduate School. UHAMKA Graduate School addresses the challenges of students and practitioners who are willing to pursue higher levels of education, as well as to improve their profession and work competence.
Saya memilih UHAMKA karena untuk menunjang pendidikan dan karir saya ke depan, dan karena terakreditasi A sehingga membuat saya yakin untuk memilih kampus ini.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pusat Neuroscience UHAMKA adalah lembaga yang mengkhususkan diri untuk mengkaji bagaimana ilmu tentang otak dan perilaku manusia diaplikasikan di berbagai bidang, seperti leadership, marketing, edukasi, dan sebagainya. Pusat Neuroscience UHAMKA adalah satu dari sangat sedikit lembaga yang mengkaji bidang itu di Indonesia. Jika ada di antara rekan-rekan semuanya yang ingin mendalami tentang otak manusia, silakan bergabung ke UHAMKA.
UHAMKA, a university that facilitates young people to excel in intellectual and spiritual intelligence. It prepares its graduates for global competition and the need of professionals in the industrial era 4.0.
Assalamualaikum, kenalin aku Anissa, biasa dipanggil Ica. Kali ini aku akan mengenalkan salah satu gedung Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka, yaitu gedung E, tepatnya Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis yang berlokasi di Jalan Raya Bogor. Ada di sisi kiri flyover Raya Bogor dari arah Cilitan. Penasaran kan ada apa aja di dalam? Yuk ikutin. Oke guys, Ica sekarang udah ada di lantai 1 lobi feb.uhamka, yaitu ada ruang penerimaan mahasiswa baru, lalu ada akademik, lalu ada perpustakaan, dan ada beberapa fasilitas ruangan pengembangan mahasiswa seperti LKSP, lalu mini bank, lalu galeri investasi, dan juga KOPMA, yaitu koperasi mahasiswa. Penasaran kan ruangannya kayak apa? Yuk ikutin Ica. Sekarang aku udah ada di perpus feb.uhamka di lantai 1. Kalian penasaran kan ada apa aja di dalamnya? Yuk ikuti. Di lantai 2 itu ada aula.
wadah berkumpulnya ide, semangat, gagasan, dan harapan sebagian besar warga Persyarikatan Muhammadiyah Kota Tangerang, bahkan Banten. Dengan 9 fakultas tempat bernaungnya 34 program studi yang diminati masyarakat, mereka percaya bahwa bersama UMT Indonesia, impian untuk kesejahteraan yang mendewasakan dapat tercapai. Namun, tahukah kita semua, UMT Indonesia bukannya seperti candi-candi yang dikisahkan dalam sebuah mitologi pewayangan. UMT Indonesia tidak hadir dalam kejapan mata, tidak hadir dalam satu malam, bahkan tidak berdiri dengan kesaktian belaka. Ia dibangun dari sebuah mimpi besar orang tua, serta semangat kaum muda. Ia dibangun dengan kerja keras mereka, walau cibiran, pesimisme, hinaan, bahkan ketidaksetujuan datang saat itu. Apalah Cor, bukanlah kaum muda namanya, jika berhenti berjuang hanya karena banyaknya halangan dan rintangan. Karena di setiap semangat mereka tertanam keteduhan orang tua. Dalam kesulitan ada kemudahan. Fa innamal usri yusra, innamal usri yusra. Ketika UMT Indonesia berusia 3 tahun, tepatnya pada saat 2012, turbulensi menghadang, bahkan gelombang tsunami berusaha menggulung mereka. Emosi, khawatir, dan semangat pertikaian muncul saat itu. Namun, UMT Indonesia tidak memilih itu. UMT Indonesia memilih untuk menyelesaikan masalahnya dengan cara-cara yang patut, sesuai dengan kultur Persyarikatan Muhammadiyah. Usia 3 tahun memang masih rapuh, akan tetapi UMT Indonesia dipaksa, ditarik agar ia mampu lebih dewasa, agar cita-cita mulia tetap berjalan. Kini, UMT Indonesia telah berusia 13 tahun. Bukan usia anak-anak memang, namun belum dewasa seutuhnya. Di usianya yang 13 tahun, bagaikan anak remaja yang sedang meniti cita-citanya menuju masa depan lebih baik. Banyak sudah yang datang dan pergi, memberi semangat baru serta harapan baru, menjadi bahan bakar percepatan menuju apa yang diimpikan bersama. UMT Indonesia bukanlah lagi berorientasi kepada dirinya, namun sudah mulai berorientasi kepada harapan serta impian banyak orang. UMT Indonesia paham, zaman telah berubah dan tantangan telah berganti. Masa digital telah menanti kita semua, di mana persaingan pun semakin sengit. Tidak sedikit yang menyerah karenanya. Akan tetapi, UMT Indonesia tetap berusaha agar dapat bertahan. Di usianya yang ke-13, UMT Indonesia berusaha untuk membahagiakan semuanya. Walau ia paham, tidak semuanya dapat dicapai dengan cepat. Karena bumi pun dibuat dengan proses yang lama, agar ia menjadi indah dan kuat. Akan tetapi, mungkinkah UMT Indonesia dapat bertahan hingga cita-citanya terwujud?
Tes. Before we go to the main agenda, I would like to inform you to do the pre-test through online learning UHAMKA or OLU in 20 minutes. We'll be back in the next 20 minutes. Thank you. We come to the main agenda. The first lecture by Associate Professor Dr. Natra Saad, and the topic is Green Accounting as an Instrument for Disclosure of Corporate Social Responsibility, which will be led by our moderator, Ms. Rizka Zidnia. To Ms. Rizka Zidnia, time and place are yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ceremony. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, the honorable speaker and all participants who are coming from several countries. Yeah, Alhamdulillahilladzi arsala rasulahu bil huda wa dinil haq liyudhhirahu 'ala dini kullihi wa kafa billahi syahida. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Allahumma shalli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad, amma ba'd. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Okay, so before we begin, let's begin our morning discussion by saying basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I'm Rizka Zidnia, will be your moderator for morning discussion. And Alhamdulillah, we already have our great speaker coming from School of Accountancy, University Utara Malaysia, Professor Dr. Natra Saad Tunku Putri Intan Safines. Okay, and yeah, the topic that we are going to discuss together and this morning will be about the role of taxation in sustainability effort. Okay, Professor Natra, I'm not coming from accounting, I'm coming from English education, so I feel so curious to discuss with you this morning. Yeah, I feel so curious to know more about the, what do you call them? Between the tax and sustainability as well as the green tax practices, whether in Indonesia, Malaysia, and other countries. Okay, and for the participants, I really hope that you can turn on your video so we can communicate better. Yeah, thank you for Alfi, Lika, Sukabumi. Yeah, seems like you are so enthusiastic to join our today's discussion. Yeah, Tricia, okay, and other participants, please turn on your video. Okay, and as well as you are required to be active on question and answer discussion after Professor Natra finish delivering her topic. Okay, well, next one, I would like to also introduce you that Professor Natra research interest in tax compliance, tax policy, international taxation issues, comparative study and structural equation modeling. Her teaching interest is in taxation and financial accounting. Okay, if I have to read her CV, I think that it is not enough at the time, because wow, I feel so excited after I read Professor Natra's CV, since she has a lot of professional membership. She also has a lot of work experiences, as well as publication and books. Her research projects also very, what do you call them? Yeah, very great. Yeah, as well as she receives a lot of awards and recognition. For participants, if you feel curious to know further about Professor Natra, you can reach her by her email natra@uum.edu.my. Okay, so I think since our time is very limited, yeah, we are going to have discussion up to 10:30. Yeah, so after Professor Natra finish delivering her topic, the participants are allowed to deliver the questions directly, whether on the chat box, or if you prefer to turn on your microphone, yeah, to ask directly, to talk, or to have full discussion directly with Professor Natra. It's very pleasure. Okay, well, I think enough from me, yeah, to introduce Professor Natra. So, Professor Natra, how are you this morning?
Alhamdulillah, I'm good. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah. Okay.
Thank you for asking.
Yes. Yeah. If I be the moderator from Malaysia, I always remember my daughter because she really loves cooking.
All right.
Coming from Malaysia, right?
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
so do you mind if I call you Chick dulu? I'm just joking.
Yeah.
Okay, so Professor Natra, the time is yours. We are so excited to know your topic. Thank you.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Is that loud enough?
Yes.
Yes, clear enough, yeah? All right, okay. Thank you, Ms. Rizka, for the introduction. Okay, for a great introduction, actually. Okay, it may not actually, I'm not that as good as you have, explained to the rest. Okay, so I would like to thank you, the moderator, all right, Ms. Rizka, and also Prof. Mela. I think she's the one who contacted me, yeah, from Universitas Muhammadiyah from the Hamka, or also known as UHAMKA, yeah, and also respected colleagues and all participants, yeah. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude for having me here, all right, for the invitation to speak. Actually, I may not be the best person to speak, but looking at the important event being organized by UHAMKA, so I feel delighted to join, to be part of the program. I would say this is a good program for the students, yeah. This is the National Summer Course. Actually, just to share a bit, actually we were invited to join as well, but then towards the end we have to withdraw due to unforeseen circumstances. But I will assure that UUM will join for the next event. I mean, for the next year's events, yeah. Because I can see that you have like 78 participants. That is a good effort to assemble everyone here. And I was told that it's not only coming from Indonesia, but also other parts of the world, which is, I would say, is a commendable effort. All right, so back to the topic today, I would like to share with you a bit on the role of taxation in sustainability effort. Yeah, so someone will help me with the slides. Yeah, am I right?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so my topic will be on the role of taxation in sustainability effort. Okay, which is actually this is part of my research actually, because I've been my area is actually in taxation, but I've also engaged in some of the research related to sustainability. And one is ongoing now is about sustainability on Malaysia University campus, which is funded by Erasmus, which is a European Commission that is on sustainability. And I've also conducted research on green taxes in Malaysia, okay, with my colleagues. So actually the whatever being discussed here, okay, apart from the literature and the other compilation of other studies, is also partly from our studies. So hopefully we can share this knowledge. Okay, I'm not saying that I'm better than you guys, but then it's just a kind of sharing. So if you feel that you have something to comment, something to ask, just feel free to do so. All right. Okay. So basically, the sharing will be based on this outline, which is we'll start with the evolution of the sustainable development, okay, which is also well known as Sustainable Development Goals 2030. I know that everyone here is quite familiar with the term SDG. Now we're talking about the SDG 2030 with the 17 goals. Yeah. And apparently, when we talk about sustainability, it will not be fair to talk about the history of how the SDG came into effort or came into place, yeah, because it's not an overnight effort, but it started from March earlier in 1950s or 1970s to be more specific. All right, so from the SDG, the evaluation of the SDG, we will zoom in into tax and sustainability. Okay, basically we're looking at how relevant taxation is in the sustainability agenda. And with that understanding, we will look at the environment tax or green tax practices in selected countries and followed by green tax practices in Malaysia and also the concluding session. All right, so that is basically how it goes for this session. All right, next. So as I said earlier, SDG is not actually an overnight effort. It's purely talking and when we talk about SDG, it's not about environment per se, but it's actually a holistic approach for the betterment of the planet and creatures on Earth. So if you look at the SDG, it's not on environment. Environment could be one or two, but the rest are about the people, about the planet, and so on. So it's good to have that understanding of what is SDG. Okay, the evolution of the sustainable development. All right, so it started actually in 1950s, but at that time, the primary focus was on peace. Okay, so at that time, after the World War, okay, all right, then we have the focus was on the peace, and then in 1960s, the focus was moved to the economic development. Okay, to develop the countries, yeah, throughout the world. And 1970s, that is the only era of which the values for nature and the environment was discussed. Okay, that is the era of which the environment topic emerged. Yeah, that is in 1970s, after 20 years of discussion on sustainability. All right. So these are actually the evolution or the chronologies of the important events leading to the emergence of SDG 2030. All right, so of which we'll start with the 1972 Stockholm Declaration, 1987 Prattler Report, 1992 Agenda 21, 1997 Rio 5, and 2000 Millennium Declaration, 2002 World Summit on Sustainable Development, and 2012 Rio 12. All right, and finally the 2015 SDG 2020. All right, are you okay so far? Are you following? All right. So this about the 1972 conference on the human environment in Stockholm, Sweden, which was attended by 113 states and representatives from 19 international organizations. It was actually the first truly international conference devoted exclusively for the environment. Okay, so that is one of the kick-off point where we talk about the environment. Okay, and as a result of the Stockholm Conference, UNEP was created. Okay, which is a mission to provide leadership and encourage partnership in caring for the environment by inspiring, informing, and enabling nations and people to improve their quality of life without compromising that of future generations. Okay, so under Stockholm Declaration, okay, the three main categories are Global Environment and Assessment Program, Environmental Management Activities, International Measures to Support Assessment and Management Activities carried out at the national and international levels. Okay, so that is in 1972. Okay. Following that, in 1987, there was a UN World Commission on Environment and Development, of which, okay, during this assembly, okay, the report on our common future was produced. Okay, in that report, it was specified on the environment and global problems to the year 2000, and also it includes proposed strategies towards sustainable development. And also in that report, the definition of sustainable development was emphasized, of which it says that development which meets the needs of the current generations without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Yeah, so it's not about only the present community or the present generation, but also we have to think of the future generations. Okay, because people always say that the today is actually what we borrow from the future generation. What we have today is what we borrow from the future generation. All right. Okay, so in 1992, there was a UN conference on environment and development. Okay, of which during this conference, the concept of sustainable development was subsequently adopted by the governments. Yeah, so the assembled leaders who joined the conference at that time signed the Convention on the Climate Change and the Convention on Biological Diversity and adopted Agenda 2021. Okay, and the principal one in that Agenda 21 is human beings are at the center of concerns for sustainable development, and they are entitled to a healthy and productive life in harmony with nature. So it's for the sake of the human as well as the nature. Okay, and that in that real principles also they have been highlighting on the Global Action Plan, okay, which included many goals and targets. Next is on the evolution in the 19th special session on the General Assembly, of which the monitoring and reporting on implementation of the Agenda 21 was made. And at that time, the Secretary General concluded that in many areas, much had been accomplished, but in others, more time would be needed. So still long way to go. And this at this point of time, so with the focus would be the environment, economy, and society. Okay. And in 2000, the Millennium Summit, okay, this is where the UN member states and the Millennium Declaration, okay, adopted the 8 Millennium Development Goals. Okay, so what are the 8? It was about eradicate extreme poverty and hunger, to achieve universal primary education, to promote gender equality and empower women, to reduce child mortality, improve maternal health, combat HIV/AIDS, malaria, and other disease, ensure environmental sustainability, develop global partnership for development. So those are the 8 Millennium Development Goals set in 2000. Okay, and later in 2002, during the World Summit on Sustainable Development, okay, the conference confirmed a trend of the increasing importance of the socio-economic pillars of sustainable development. Okay, of which it adopted a political declaration and implementation plan, which included provisions, okay, covering a set of activities and measures in order to achieve the development as set out. Yeah. All right, next in 2012, the UN Conference on Sustainable Development, which resulted in a political document containing clear and practical steps for the implementation of sustainable development. Okay, at that time, the member states decided to launch a process to develop a set of SDGs, which will build up upon the Millennium Development Goals. Okay, based on the Millennium Development Goals, so they improvise, okay, they improve the work towards the SDG 2015 to be implemented until 2030. All right, so in 2015, the new plan Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development by 2030, including a declaration of 17 SDGs, were produced. Okay, So the goal of the plan at that time was to find the new ways to improve the lives of the world's people, to eradicate poverty, to promote prosperity and well-being for all, to protect the environment, and to fight against climate change. So for this SDG, so apart from environment, economic, society, they are emphasizing on the 5 Ps. Yeah. Okay. So as you know that for the Agenda 2030, so you have like 17 SDG goals, 169 targets, and 247 indicators. So meaning for each goal and targets, okay, the goals or the UN has highlighted what are the indicators, what are the indicators for you to achieve in order to meet the 17 goals. Okay, so what are the 5 Ps that I've mentioned earlier? So it's about the people, which is the well-being of the people, to make sure that people are healthy, people are practicing a healthy lifestyle. Yeah, that is about the people. And then about the gender equality. All right, so no discrimination. Everyone has the same right for education. Everyone has the same right to participate. All right. So prosperity is about continued economic and technology growth. Third is peace, which is securing peace, partnership, improving international cooperation. And the fifth one would be the planet protection, the earth ecosystems. So these are the 5 Ps which are being upheld by the SDG Agenda 2030. All right, now, so that is basically an overview of how SDG 2030 emerged, yeah, where it started from 1970s, yeah, to be exact, until now. And now we are in the process of the implementation of those SDG goals, yeah, to meet the goals. Now we move on into, is that okay so far? Can I proceed? Are you, hello?
Yes.
Yes, all right, thank you. All right, next is about the tax and sustainability. So, as I believe that you are all aware of what is tax, okay? Tax is about finance charge, okay, on the people, okay, for no direct return, yeah? But of course, there will be indirect returns such as the facilities as a citizen who paid for the taxpayers. All right. So basically, what is the objective of taxation? Okay, generally taxation was initiated with a view to raise revenue. Yeah, to raise revenue for what purpose? To meet the cost of governance. For example, to develop the programs for the nation, such as schools. We need schools. Yeah, we need hospitals. We need roads. We need infrastructure and so on. So these all require money. All right. So one way of government to collect the money or the fund is through taxation. Okay, I believe everyone is clear on this one. All right. All right. So in this regard, yeah, in order to achieve this, we cannot forget, okay, the principles that being highlighted by the Adam Smith, right, on the principles of taxation, which is equity, certainty, convenience, and efficiency. All right, so of which in order to basically what Adam Smith has mentioned is that in order for one country to introduce or to implement taxation, it should be equitable, meaning the one who are taxed, they should be taxed. Okay, if there are people who shouldn't be taxed, they shouldn't be taxed. All right, and among the same group also, okay, they should be taxed equally. All right, so there will be no discrimination. That is about equitability. And certainty, the rules, regulations should be certain. Convenience, it should be convenient for the taxpayers to pay tax, and efficient at low cost. All right, but maximize the collection. All right, and of course, in addition to raising the revenue, the taxation is also intended to maintain economic equality by imposing tax on the rich or income earners and redistributing the wealth by means of improving the economic condition of the masses. All right, so normally tax will be charged on the rich people, and that money will be used for the whole community or for the whole nation, for the benefit of everyone in that country. All right, and also another objective of tax is to encourage the production and distribution of basic needs. Okay, and the third one is to discourage the production and consumption of harmful products, as well as services. Okay, and as well as for the government, the environment as well. Okay, so for example, like if that activities are not good for the well-being, so normally taxation will be imposed at a high rate. All right, for example, like for tobacco products, so normally tobacco will be charged at higher rates. Why? Because to discourage people from using or consuming the product. And sometimes taxation is also used to protect the national industries. Okay, if I mention, for example, in Malaysia, we also produce national cars. So normally we will, the tax for national cars or for the national products will be much lower than the imported products. So normally taxation is also used to protect the national strategic importance. And of course, the list of is not exhaustive. You can, throughout your readings, you may find other objectives of taxation. Sometimes it can be generalized to all countries, but sometimes it can be very territorial based. Yeah. All right. So that is about objectives of taxation. The next question is, how does taxation and sustainability interact? Okay. How does it interact? Okay, as you know that taxation is supposed to collect revenue, yeah? So how can we say that it's interact with sustainability? So the revenue collected from the taxation can be used to fund sustainable activities. For example, okay, we can use that money to build up the green building, okay, to sponsor environmental friendly activities for the benefit of all citizens or the nation. All right, so that is how it interacts. The second one, okay, it can provide the tax measures which encourage certain behaviors that are in line with sustainability, which is a positive effect, of which it means that, okay, taxation, for example, we have the accelerated depreciation or allowance, all right? Or we encourage people or corporate to invest in solar and wind power. So we will provide the incentives to that, okay? So those who are using the environmental friendly products will be given incentives. Or those who are building the green building, then will be having a incentive. So that is how taxation relates or interact with sustainability. And the third one, tax measures also can be used to as an incentive to undermine or to discourage behaviors that undermine sustainability. For example, if let's say there are two products, one product is harmful to the environment, so we can charge higher tax on that product. Okay, which is, whereas for the product which is less harmful or green friendly or environmental friendly, there will be tax free. So the price of that product will be lower. There will be more buyers for that product. So that is how taxation and sustainability can interact. Now, so with regard to tax, yeah, so these are not the two normal approaches, yeah, used by the countries, by the governments in order to promote sustainability. Okay, so one is incentive, sometimes called as carrot approach, and the other one is penalties, stick approach. All right. For example, for the incentives, yeah, for one example would be tax exemption. For example, like we provide the exemption on the income. So meaning companies or individuals engaging in certain certain activities, all right? So they'll be given full tax exemption. So no tax at all, or perhaps just pay half of the tax. So that is how tax can promote sustainability. All right, or reduce the tax rate. Okay, that is another way of giving the incentive to the taxpayers. Okay, reduce the tax rate and also the allowance. For example, like for companies that buy assets, yeah, green friendly or environmental friendly asset, they'll be given capital allowance, accelerated capital allowance, which eventually will reduce their reduce their chargeable income. Okay, once the chargeable income reduced, then the tax rate, the tax payable is also reduced. So those are some approaches under incentives. Okay, it can be tax exemption, the reduced tax rate, or accelerated allowance. And another approach of tax that can be used is actually through penalties. Okay, for example, they introduce the carbon tax. Okay, tax on fuel, tax on gas, okay, and tax on waste disposal. Okay, the more you dispose your waste, the more tax you have to pay. And also some levy on polluting industries, because there are some industries of which they cannot run away from polluting the environment. So for this kind of industries, we allow them to operate, but then they have to pay certain levy. So these are the two main approaches with regard to tax in order to promote sustainability or green. Yeah. Okay. Now we look at the green tax practices in selected countries. Anyone would like to share with me what are the countries that you think that have implemented the green tax? Anyone? No. By the way, why the slides, is it the slides? It doesn't move, is it?
Okay, excuse me, operator, please run the slides. Thank you.
I'm now at slide. Yes, please. Other slides. Next.
Go on.
Next.
Not this one. The green tax practices in selected countries.
Next, please. All right.
Yes,
anyone?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, the moderator. Okay, now. Okay, the slide is moving. Okay, right. Thank you. All right, now green tax index in major countries. So these are some of the green tax index in major countries. Okay, so basically, we look at the overall ranking of which some countries they are good at both. All right, some countries they are good at tax incentives. As I said earlier, we have tax incentive, we have tax penalties. Okay, so tax incentives is like the one that I mentioned. So basically, for the overall ranking between both tax incentive and penalties, the US is the champion. Okay, and also they are good, they are champion for the tax incentive as well. So meaning US is more on incentive. So they are giving incentive to promote environment, to promote sustainability. Okay, to promote the behavior through tax. Oh, sorry, I'm still at that. Yep. Thank you. Okay, so for tax incentive is number one for the US. However, for the penalties, it's ranked at 14. So meaning the US, they don't emphasize that much on the penalties. They're more focusing on the incentives. Right. Now, for Japan, it's also it's ranked second for the overall ranking, and also second for the tax penalties ranking, meaning Japan emphasized more on the penalties as compared to incentives. For the incentives ranking, they are ranked at number 8. All right, and for the UK, they are in overall ranking. They are good at the third place, and also for the tax penalties. For France, they are a champion for tax penalties. So number 1 for tax penalties is France. Okay. And number 2 for tax incentive is South Korea. So South Korea is actually is more inclined towards tax incentives. Okay, so if I go by the incentives, so number 1 is the US, number 2 is South Korea, and China is number 3. So they are more on the incentive base. All right. Whereas for the penalties, number 1 is France, number 2 is Japan, and number 3 is the UK. All right. But overall ranking, US is number 1st. And previous one, please. No, previous one, please.
The previous one, please,
Yeah.
operator.
It's okay, I'm so sorry. Okay, and second is Japan, and the third one is the UK. Okay, so this is by the KPMG, yeah. So this green tax index is developed by KPMG, and this one is a bit outdated, 2013. All right, next. Next. Oh, sorry, the previous one.
The previous one, yes.
Okay. Okay, so this is another KPMG Green Tax Index in 2017, of which in this case, the report was categorized into 5 types of taxes, which is carbon taxes, tax incentives, carbon taxes, which are carbon and climate taxes, RE, which is renewable energy and fuels, materials, resources and waste, pollutions and ecosystem, and innovation. So these are the five categories that being summarized into. Okay, but this one there is no ranking. It's more on the whether they have it or not. Yeah. So for example, like for carbon and climate change, so Canada, Chile, Denmark, Finland, India, Indonesia, not yet, yeah? Not yet, there's no carbon tax yet. Okay, just like Malaysia, we don't have it as well. So India, Ireland, Japan, New Zealand, Portugal, Russia, Singapore in 2019, South Africa, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Taiwan, Thailand, Ukraine, UK, and US. So this is based on the KPMG report, of which these are the countries which adopt carbon and climate change. Okay, and for renewable energy and fuels, it seems like all 37 countries except for few, okay, except for Poland, Romania, South Korea, and UAE, as well as Vietnam, okay, that don't have these RE and fuels. And materials, resources, and waste, okay, almost all except for Canada, Mexico, and New Zealand, Portugal, and so on. Okay, so for pollution and ecosystem, we have listed here like Australia, Brazil, and so on. And these are the innovation. So these are the index by the types of taxes and the incentives. Next, please. All right. Now, this is actually next we look at the green tax practices. Okay, green tax practices by, this is done by Deloitte. Just now is by KPMG, and this one is by Deloitte. And how they come up to this one. So they just ask about survey among the practitioners in those countries whether or not they have these environmental taxes. Okay, so For this Deloitte survey, environmental taxes just like carbon tax, yeah, any charges or any tax, this is not incentive, yeah, just tax. All right, so because in Deloitte survey, they separate between incentives and taxes. Okay, so these are all the environmental taxes. So the question is, does your country apply environmental taxes? So based on it says that 21 says yes and 3 says no. So what are the countries that says yes? It's actually France, Germany, Czech Republic, Austria, Hungary, Slovakia, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and so on. All right, so Sweden, Finland, Ireland, UK, and so on. So these are the countries which apply environmental taxes. This is in Europe, yeah. So that's why we don't have other countries, ASEAN countries here. Next.
Next, please, the operator.
Okay, next question. If your country has environmental taxes, does this involve taxes on energy such as carbon tax and so on? So they were asking about whether, okay, so this, zoom in a bit. So they want to know whether environmental tax is actually carbon tax. So the blue one is yes, while the green one is no. Okay, so we have UK, France, Germany, Austria, Slovakia, Sweden, Finland, Estonia. So they apply the carbon tax, whereas the others are not. Well, they do have the environmental tax, but not carbon tax. Okay. Next. Okay, it says that if your country has environmental taxes, does this involve taxes on transport or traffic? Okay. So is it, so they zoom in a bit about carbon tax, does it about transport and traffic? And then it says that here, Ireland, Poland, Czech, Romania, Bulgaria, actually they are having this taxes on transport, whereas the rest still not yet implementing. Next. Can I have next slide, please? All right, this one is about environmental tax on resources. Okay, so we have 5 yeses, and the rest are no. So what are they? UK, France, Austria, Latvia. All right, so they have tax on resources. Next is the incentives, I guess. Okay, tax incentive. Okay, so these are the countries that implement tax incentive, like tax exemption or reduced tax rates, yeah, for companies engaged in green transformation, which are Spain, Poland, Czech Republic, Austria, and Romania. Okay. Next. And these are about the tax incentive for individuals. The previous one was for companies. Now the question is, do you have any tax incentives or tax exemptions for individuals? Yeah. So it says here that only there are about 17, yeah, 17 yeses, 17 countries which applies the green tax practices. All right. Okay, next one. All right, so that is what we can learn about the green tax practices in selected countries. But of course, if you want to know about carbon tax, okay, among the 3 countries that are very good at carbon tax are Denmark, yeah, so Denmark, Switzerland, and France. Okay, if you want to read more on the carbon tax which has successfully been implemented overseas, you can refer to Denmark, Switzerland, and France, of which carbon tax in Denmark has been so successful, of which they have, according to EPI, Environmental Pollution Index, Denmark was ranked first, yeah, in mitigating air quality and climate protection issues. So this is followed by Switzerland and France. Okay, so it's good to read on those countries. Okay, next is about green tax practices in Malaysia. When I share about Malaysian practices, it doesn't mean that Malaysian practice is good. Yeah, it just that because I have to admit that because it's still far away. Okay, from other countries, especially the Europe, which have been implementing environmental taxes and green taxes. But just that the reason I'm sharing because I did some research on this one. So just some findings from the research work. Okay, so green tax practices in Malaysia. Basically, in Malaysia, we focus more on incentive base. Yeah, we don't have for tax, and with regard to tax, we don't have any penalty base. So meaning we don't have carbon tax yet. We don't have tax on pollution, things like that. But we do have other agency that engage or that monitor the environment. There is a Department of Environment, but it's not part of tax. Okay, meaning that is for DOE, Department of Environmental, they will penalize those individuals or companies that pollute the environment. That's it. Nothing to do with tax. Okay, for the incentive base, it is administered by MIDA, which is a development authority. That is, MIDA is the agency responsible to track our foreign investment. So, and the RBM is the Inland Revenue Board Malaysia. Okay, so these two agencies are the main agencies which are responsible to promote on green tax practices. Okay, so the green tax practices are actually introduced, okay, in 2014 actually, in order to encourage investment in green tech industries and the adoption of green technology by the private sector, to encourage companies to purchase assets that have been verified as green technology assets, and to facilitate the transition of expiring existing tax incentives relating to renewable energy, energy efficiency, and green building projects, and to widen the coverage across various priority green technology industries and supporting services activities, and of course to facilitate the nation's journey to reducing 45% gas emission by 2030. So basically, that is the idea, the noble idea of green tax practices in Malaysia. All right. Next. Okay. Okay, so these are the incentives. As I said earlier, we are focusing more on the incentives. So these are the qualifying activities for green investment tax. The GITA, okay, assets of which we give the incentives, yeah, for the asset. Okay, energy efficiency transformer. If you are buying the transformer which are energy efficiency transformer, then you are entitled to get the exemption 100% on the QCE, qualifying capital expenditure, meaning you'll get the incentive through allowance, accelerated allowance, okay, on the 70% of street income. So we also have the building for the transport, and that is for the asset. So if you're buying the asset related to transformer, energy efficient appliances, electric vehicle, and infrastructure, you are entitled for 100% allowance on the 70% of statutory income. Okay, for example, let's say your statutory income is 100, and then your allowance is actually 200. So 200 can be reduced up to 70 because 70% of statutory income. All right. And also, GITE is also related to other activities or projects, not necessarily only buying assets, but also the projects. Okay, so what are the projects? Okay, so it should be in renewable energy, so commercial and industrial business entities which undertake generation of energy using renewable energy sources such as biomass, biogas, minyak hydro, geothermal, and solar power. So meaning if the company engage in this kind of activities, so they'll be given the 100% qualifying capital expenditure upon 70% of statutory income. It goes the same if the activities of that company is in energy efficiency, of which they invest in energy efficiency equipment or technologies. All right, so they will get the same incentive. And also the green building. Okay, if you are building the commercial industrial building that have been awarded green, so we have certain criteria to be considered as a green building. So if you met that criteria, then you'll be given the 100% QCE. Next. Okay, so this just now is about giving the assumption on the qualifying capital allowance, but this one is about the 100% assumption on statutory income, meaning you are not being taxed at all. Okay, so no tax at all, because so this, what are the features of the services? So it must be in order for you to be eligible, it must be assumption on the qualifying companies which provides green technology services which have been verified by Green Tech Malaysia and be listed under the My Hijau directory. So we have the directory of the services, okay, that is entitled for the assumption. Okay, all right, and also for the qualifying activities in renewable energy, for example, services related to RE projects such as system design and feasibility study, advisory and consultancy, testing and commissioning. So if you're involved in this one, the company involved in these activities, then you are not entitled to pay any tax. So everything will be tax-free. It goes the same for energy efficiency services, okay, such as advisory and consultancy, energy audit and management, measurement and verification, testing and commissioning. All right, so for the next one is about the EV, electric vehicle. If you are involved in activities related to installation, maintenance and repair of EV charging equipment, infrastructure and EV charging station, services related to operation of the EV charging station, and services related to maintenance, repair and overhaul of EV, then you are entitled for 100% assumption as well. It goes the same for green building and green data center. All right. Next. Okay, based on, okay, as I said earlier, so basically the one that we're talking about the green practices in Asia is actually based on my research with my colleague. So in that research, we have interviewed, we have interviewed the industry players, we have interviewed the MIDA and the Inland Revenue Board, the representative from those, and we try to propose a better green tax framework, of which, because as I said earlier, we are more focusing on tax incentives. So what we are trying to propose here is that it should be a blend of both, because looking at the experience of other countries overseas, they have been very successful in implementing both. So we propose in that research, we propose to have a green tax framework which includes the tax penalties. Okay, so tax penalties can be in terms of statutory order, can be in terms of compound, it can be in terms of fines, and finally imprisonment. All right, so because nowadays Malaysia has been experiencing a lot of environmental disaster. All right, for example, like we have flood, we have tsunami last time, okay, together with Indonesia as well. All right, and we have landslides. Okay, so those are the things that we think that the tax penalties should be imposed. Yeah. All right, and then also with regard to tax incentives, for example, like energy saving. Okay, so carbon tax can be under tax penalties and tax incentives as well, because for those who are not using, minimizing the use of carbon, then they will get the incentives. But if they are using more than they are supposed to use, then there'll be penalties for that. they have to pay more. All right, so energy saving equipment and so on. So we are suggesting that there should be for nation environment, there should be the combination of tax incentive and tax penalties. Okay. Sorry. Okay. And in doing so, we need to involve the in proposing the green tax framework, we have to involve various stakeholders, which is industry, community, and government. All right. And of course, it has to look into the technology and innovation. So meaning in order to propose to have the green tax framework, it should be including the technology and innovation, because technology and innovation keep on changing. All right. And also there must be continuous review of legislation, because we don't want to simply give incentives for those updated ones. For example, still until today, we still have incentive for like certain rotten woods, product, which is, I think at this point of time, we are more focusing on the technology based or innovation. So we need to review the legislation continuously. And next one is of course the environmental education. Okay, the education should be starting not only from at the tertiary level, but from the schools level, from the kindy and the primary school and so on. All right, and also to the industry. Okay, next. And next is the conclusion and future direction. Okay, based on the presentation, I would like to conclude that actually tax has important role to play in sustainability efforts. Okay, like it or not, we have to jump into the sustainability efforts to make sure that the SDG is achieved. Okay, but the big question is, does green tax effective as they could be? All right. Even though we do understand the potential contribution of tax, but however, at least in Malaysian scenario, it's not yet fully effective, I would say. All right, and then because looking at the current environment, looking at the current pollution taking place in the country, as well as in other counterparts in the world, we can say that actually we are not yet, okay, we are still rooms for improvement. So I'm not so sure just that any possibility of imposing global tax to promote sustainable environment. Okay, so that everyone in this world should be playing their role to promote sustainable environment, not only at the respective national part. Okay, so that is my concluding remarks and the future direction of which perhaps you can look into. With that, I thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much, Professor Natra, for enlightening us with the topic of the role of Asean in sustainability effort. So we learned a lot from you this morning, especially the relationship that tax has great impact to support sustainability between economic, environment, and the society itself. So now, dear participants, we come to the question answer and discussion. I really hope that you can turn on your microphone directly to have fruitful discussion with our speaker, Professor Natra. And if you don't want to turn on your microphone, no problem. You can send your questions on the chat box. Okay, the time is yours, dear participants. Come on. Anyone? Come on.
On the count of 5.
Yes, please. Perhaps yes, from Bangladesh or from Malaysia, or from other countries. You're very welcome to send your question. Come on. Nobody? Okay, Professor Natra seems that the participants very understand well.
So I'll take that as a compliment.
Sometimes, yeah, because sometimes we as a lecturers, right? If the students do not want to raise the question, we have our understanding, right?
Yes.
Whether they really understand or
Yeah.
they don't understand at all. But
Yeah.
we really hope that today's discussion, yeah, all participants already got the topic very well.
Yeah.
Okay. I hope that Professor Natra can stay on Zoom because there will be awarding certificate which will be given by the Master of Ceremony. But before that, yes, I would like to close this session by saying Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. I'm on behalf of UHAMKA, University of Muhammadiyah Professor Dr. Hamka, as well as UMT, University of Muhammadiyah Tangerang, Indonesia, would like to say thank you so much for your presentation that makes us feel so enlightened this morning. Okay, I hope it could be beneficial for all students, yeah, as well as for lecturers who joined our morning discussion. Okay, so I also would like to say sorry, yeah, if any mistake from me during our session. Now, I would like to give it back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you so much. Where is the Master of Ceremony? Can you please go on? Continue our agenda. Okay.
Test. Well, thank you
It's
to
still me. Yeah, okay.
right. Thanks to Ms. Rizky Zidnia for guiding the lecture. And thank you to Professor Dr. Natra Saad for the informative and insightful presentation. Here, we are awarding you a certificate of appreciation. Before we end this, we have photo sessions. So, to Professor Dr. Natra Saad, please give a smile when I count until 3. 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Thank you to Professor Dr. Natra Saad for the time.
Thank
Well,
you.
yeah. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is a second lecture by Dr. Huria El Islami, LLB Hons, MCL, PhD. And the topic is Sustainability, Islamic and Green Accounting, which will be led by our moderator, Ms. Novita Kusuma Maharani, MSc. To Ms. Meta Kusuma, time and place are yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you hear my voice, committee participant?
Yes, we can hear your voice, Ms. Novita. Thank you.
Oh yeah, okay. Thank you very much for MC for giving me the chance to lead this session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, let's thank to Allah who has given us mercy and blessing until we can meet together in this morning, inshallah, full of barakah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining the course today. Let me introduce myself. My name is Novita, and I will become a moderator today for this topic, Sustainability, Islamic, and Green Economic. Our speaker today is Dr. Huria El Islami. Maybe Dr. Huria have already here. Good morning, Dr. Huria.
Good morning.
Oh yeah, okay. Nice to meet you, Doctor. Okay, it's an honor for me and UHAMKA and UMT for inviting you to give the presentation today. Okay, before we start, let me read the biodata of Dr. Horia first. Maybe the committee can share the, oh yeah, okay. We have the biodata of Dr. Horia here. Okay, maybe I want to highlight the some point of Dr. Horia because she is a great person. She is a executive board member of BPKH, Badan Pengelola Keuangan Haji for the Republic of Indonesia. She is a leading the foreign investment and international relation in BPKH. She is also the member of the board of trustees of the Responsible Finance and Investment Foundation. She is a board member of IFN Advisory, Sharia board member and strategic advisor of Islamic FinTech Alliance, and panel member. She is panel member of FAA accreditation and the Indonesian National Sharia Board, Indonesian Ulama Council, or Majelis Ulama Indonesia. Well, so many experience and achievement that she have got. Yeah, this is a great person today. Maybe we can be motivated by her achievement and so many awards that she have got. But if I read all of the biodata, we don't have enough time yet to do main presentation today. Maybe I can move directly to Dr. Huria. Please allow me to welcome the speaker, Dr. Huria, to deliver her presentation about sustainability, Islamic and green economic. Please, Dr. Huria, to begin the presentation. Place and time is yours.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Can I share the screen, please? And can we actually stop share that one? Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, nahmaduhu wa nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfiruh wa na'udzubillahi min sururi anfusina wa min sayyiati a'malina may yahdihillahu fala mudilla lahu wa may yudlilhu fala hadiyalah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa man tabi'ahu bi ihsan ila yaumiddin. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluhu la nabiyya ba'da. Hasbunallah wa ni'mal wakil, ni'mal maula wa ni'man nasir. Just before that, just to check, have I actually been able to share the screen? Can you see the material here on the screen?
Yes, Doctor, already.
All right, excellent. Thank you. Okay, first of all, let me actually express my immense gratitude for UHAMKA and the organization committee, obviously, for actually inviting me here, for having me here. Thank you. And I would like also to greet everyone who are attending this event. I'm hoping that, within the next slightly less than 1.5 hours, we'll have this session. You'll be able to learn a thing or two from the materials that I'm going to share. So I've been asked to cover this topic, sustainable Islamic and green economy, which is actually slideshow. All right. Okay. Which is actually I would say quite a current and interesting topic that caught many people's attention at the moment. For the next 1 hour, 20 minutes, or maybe I'll do 1 hour, then we have 20 minutes Q&A. I'll be covering these points related to the topic. That is, first, we will take a look what is sustainability, and then we'll learn what sustainable finance is. Then we'll take a look at Islamic or Sharia economy. What do we really mean by that? And then I would really emphasize on the Maqasid Sharia later on, and I'll also share with you the reason why I would like to do so. And then we'll also take a look at green economy. And after green economy, we'll actually go to the very main topic of the discussion, that is the sustainability, Islamic green economy. And then we'll take a look at the challenges as well as the way forward. And the reason why I take time to explain all this point, it is important that we have the same understanding, the same viewpoint, and then and that we are on the same page in order for our discussion that will follow. We have the same understanding of the issue. Okay, sustainability itself has been defined as a societal goal that broadly aims for humans to safely coexist on planet Earth over a long time. So it's about our survival, it's about the resources that we have on Earth, and making sure that whatever that we will utilize will not actually vanish during our lifetime, that we have things to live for our children and future generation. So specific definition of sustainability are difficult to agree. Many people have different understanding, but at least we could agree that it's basically sustainability, our ability to sustain ourselves, but still keeping what are important also for our future generation. So usually it is commonly described along the lines of three-dimensional, that is environment, economic, and social. So when you actually can, basically when we do something that cater and actually serve these three aspects, be it in the environment and economic as well as the social, the activities, the act or the omission that we do is considered sustainable. Modern use of the term sustainability was strongly influenced by the 1983 UN Commission on Environment and Development, also known as the Brundtland Commission. The Commission, in its 1987 report titled Our Common Future, also known as Brundtland Report, defines sustainable development as development that meets the needs of the present. So this is what we highlighted earlier. So the needs of the present, our need, but without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. So whatever we do to meet our requirements now, we make sure they are still available for future generation. So I hope we can agree on that definition as we move forward. That's what we mean when we refer to the word sustainability, sustain, and all those. Now, when we talk about sustainable finance, what is sustainable finance? Basically, the finance that support economic growth while reducing pressures on the environment and taking into account social and governance aspects. So here we start talking about ESG. The idea is very much because it is believed when we take ESG aspect into consideration, this will actually allow us to perpetuate the resources to ensure that they are available for our children and our future generation. So when we talk about environment, of course, we do take much care about climate change, pollution, biodiversity destruction, deforestation, energy efficiency, waste management, water scarcity, air quality, and waste creation. And unfortunately, what I noticed, these aspects are not very much well taken care or cared for when it comes to most activities done, especially in Indonesia. I mean, really people and businesses, they still put so much emphasis on how much margin, how much profit, how much money they can generate from their activities, irrespective of the damage they could have caused to the environment. And this is not good because, you know, I've actually witnessed my firsthand. When I was a little girl, I used to go to my mother's village in Riau, where we have these beautiful, beautiful rivers in so many places. And of course, you know, when you have this beautiful river flowing in certain areas, you have that beautiful environment surrounding it, green forest, happy animals, never bother people, and you know, very healthy river life as well, the fish and everything. But then now many people went into this gold mining, and the way how they do it, they just use, you know, whatever means that can actually reduce the cost and optimize the return. And as a result, the rivers have been badly and poorly damaged. And that is something that is not easy for us to reverse. If at all we can reverse it, it may not be reversible at all. So this kind of damage, it will have a lasting effect in the sense that now my children, when I take them to my mother's village, they cannot witness what I witnessed then. They cannot see the beautiful river. All they see is, oh, mama, this river is so dirty. It's so dirty. It's a smellful and all that. So yeah, I hope by having this event, thank you, UHAMKA, whoever they attend this session, I do not know how many of them are here, I cannot see on the screen, will actually consider this and will actually be the agent of change. You will actually start sharing with the people the importance of taking care of the environment. Because you see, we already paid for the past 3 years, for example, by not taking care of the environment, we have this COVID-19 all over the world. It became pandemic and so many lives, million and million have paid for it. We lost our dearest people, the people dear to us and all that. I mean, really, it's just a small matter that we thought that it doesn't have impact, that it could actually cause lives and cause permanent damage to the earth. And that's about the environment. And the second one is about the social. This is also certain area is actually given so much focus, which I don't say is a bad thing. It's just that I'm hoping the other area also given the priority, because as we could have seen, everyone is talking about against poverty. We need to help people who are poor, and the initiative. This is good initiative. Of course, we have to continue doing it, and if we can actually improve it, we should. But the area which I would say is very lacking when it comes to this, especially in developing countries, that will include human rights, labor standards, user safety, valuing employees. And one area which I could say majorly lacking in Indonesia is the gender equality. So we don't ask that the women are treated better than the men. No, just give equal treatment. That we have not achieved yet. Then the third, the governance aspect. Board diversity, audit committee structure, separation of power, bribery and corruption, executive compensation, lobbying, political contribution, whistleblower scheme, stakeholder accountability. When it comes to this, if I may actually talk about this in the context of Indonesia, we are quite good on the paper. We already have those standards, which I would say are actually matching the international standard. It's just that we have not really witnessed them being implemented 100% in institution, be it the public or the private ones. And again, when we linked it to social aspect, we have seen, if you have not heard this, but I'm sure many of you have, big companies, international one, those with the global presence, they actually have made it as a policy that in their board and in their senior management, there has to be women representation. And the reason why they have this policy is because it is important there is board diversity, not only in terms of race, not only in terms of nationalities, but also in terms of gender. Because Allah has created us that women and men have different perception. So when you have those two being represented at the decision-making position, the board level, the senior management level, then there is increased potential that the discussion, the elaboration will be more comprehensive and therefore should give a better result and better informed and thought kind of decision. So these are the three aspects that we have to take into account, that we have to have in mind, we have to bear and consider before we make a decision. And if we talk about sustainable finance, all these are the elements that would be considered and taken into consideration before the decision whether or not to do the transaction. And why do we have to do this? To do that? Because investing is good for the planet. There's no such, I don't think anyone would say, no, don't invest because it is bad for the planet. No, it is good, generally. But when you do it right, we need investment, but we have to do it right. Therefore, this aspect of ESG becomes important. Invest, yes, but you make sure that these are fulfilled, then it will be good for the planet. Help business manage risk as well. So by knowing that the three elements that they have to care for, they have to actually pay close attention to it. This will actually help the business people, the institution to manage their risks. And of course, obviously, when it is done that way, it is good for the business. Yeah. And we would like also the next generation as the driver for the investment, in the sense that, yes, of course, in the future, there'll be the people who will do it, but also having them in mind have to be the priority that drive any investment initiative. And the good thing is, good news for everybody, standards are coming. It's not moving. Okay. How can sustainable finance help support restoration? Well, this is of course for the government, institution to take care. Funds can be earmarked for and for the financial institution as well. So when you do funds, for example, it can be earmarked for restoration initiative, kept in check through public expenditures review, and FLR can be integrated into national accounting, and set up appropriate funding mechanism. This can include national environmental or forest funds or public incentive schemes, such as payment for ecosystem services, as well as support for local approaches. And we have to engage the private sector because, when it comes to caring for the planet, we all have to do it together. It's a collective effort. There's no such thing like a single individual or institution can do it alone. So policymakers can work with companies to promote voluntary commitments through CSR, the corporate social responsibility schemes. And of course, we need to build alliances and continue building so, and also the partnership. This can be built at the international, regional, national, or local level, ranging from global partnership like the Bonn Challenge and New York Declaration on Forests to working with NGOs, small businesses, and farmers at the local level. That is about sustainability and sustainable finance. Now we move on to the next point. Let's discuss and let's take a look in our further discussion later on what we mean by Islamic or Sharia economy. These two words actually interchangeable. In fact, for me, Islamic, Sharia, halal economy, these are all the same thing. So do what you like. Yesterday someone actually say, oh, it's Sharia compliant, it's not halal, and not necessarily halal certificate. And I said, it doesn't matter. It's about the substance, not the form. You don't care what the label is. You can call it Islamic, you call it Sharia, you can call it halal, it's all the same. So what is Islamic or Sharia economy? Here we are referring to economic system that adheres to Islamic principles. That's why people call it Islamic economy, because they adhere to Islamic principle. But this Islamic principle are Sharia. So therefore some people call it Sharia. And when you do a transaction according to Sharia principle, they're halal. Therefore, it is okay also to call it halal economy. How we can do this? So basically, the reason why an economy is called Islamic or Sharia or halal, and how we can do that, because basically in Islam, there are certain principles that must be adhered to. For example, first, wealth must be generated from legitimate trade and asset-based investment. So in Islam, you are not allowed to make money, profit, wealth from the suffering of other people. So that's why riba is prohibited, because when you give money and you don't care what they do about it, and you just say, okay, I don't care, I lend you money, I give you 1 million today, I want 1 million and 100 tomorrow. This is not legitimate trade. This is not asset-based investment. That's why riba is prohibited in Islam, because it could also lead to zulm, violating other people's right. Therefore, that's why in Islam, wealth must be generated from legitimate trade and asset-based investment. And then investments should also have social and ethical benefit to wider society beyond pure return. So it's not only just about making money. I give you the example of people, trying to get gold from the river, and they don't care about the impact it has made to the environment, to the forest, to the river. This is not something encouraged by Islam. See, it's not only about what you do. It's not only about the object. Well, I do the process, I got the goal, it's halal. I don't actually, steal it from anyone. No, it's not that. But when you do it in such a way that it has impact to the environment, Allah already said, even the malaika is worried about it. When Allah said he's going to create a man to actually be the Khalifa in this world, the malaika, the angel said, Ataj'alu fiha ma yufsidu fiha wa yasfiku dima. Are you going to create a creature that will actually destroy the earth and cause the bloodshed? But Allah said, no, 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 you don't know yet. I know better. But the point is, you see, it's not only about what we do. You think it's halal, you don't steal it, or it's something halal, so therefore, you think you eat chicken, so it's halal. But you don't know, maybe the chicken, the way how it is being reared, the farm, cause so much damage to the environment. If there is, or even if it caused, there was an incident, I don't want to mention it. There's one country I know, but I don't want to mention the name of the country, where this chicken farming has done in such a way that actually it's not only polluted the water source of the environment, it's also caused sickness to the surrounding society. So this is not something just because you think, oh, you eat chicken, it's slaughtered halal, zabiha according to Islam, and you eat it, so it's halal. No. You should also take into consideration the process, the impact. So that's why investment, when we want to call it as part of the Sharia economy, Islamic halal, it must have social and ethical benefit to wider society. It's not just about return. And then, of course, in Islam, risk should be shared. Al-gurum bil-gurum. There's no such thing that, you don't care about the risk and you want the extra money out of it. No, it's not allowed in Islam. That's why riba is prohibited. All harmful activities are haram and therefore should be avoided. So all this example about the river, about the chicken farming, which are not hygienic and are not friendly to the environment, the activities that should be avoided. And therefore, if you are working in the banking industry, you are not supposed to give financing to them, because otherwise you are just being part of these activities that you should have avoided. Before we go on further, let me also share. So what is the reason for people to do Islamic or Sharia economy? Why we have to do it? Well, actually in the Quran, Allah already say, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ, and we do not create men and jinns except to serve Allah, to beribadah to Allah. So this basically a command from Allah that, we live in order to obey Him, and by obeying, that's when we do what He wishes to do, and we avoid what He doesn't want us to do. So it's not just avoidance, but it's also about doing. But in reality, when it comes to people choosing for Islamic or Sharia economy, there are three reasons. Sometimes it could be by mandate. So I give BPKH, where I work right now, as an example, but because the law already stipulate that all the activities of BPKH has to be Sharia compliant. So it's not a choice, it's by mandate, we have to do it. But this do not apply to many. I would say this is the smallest number of the stakeholders out there. Then we have the second. This is the next one. There are more people in this category that they choose to do it because of the religious reason, or sometimes because of ethic. So it's by option. You don't have to do it. Even if you don't do it, maybe some people wouldn't know, but because of the religious aspect you have in you, or ethical reason, you do it anyway. But this is also not as much, although I would say this has actually more than number one, but the most, this is the prevailing majority, what I say dollar cents, or in Indonesia, maybe we call it rupiah cents. What I mean by rupiah cents, you see, when it comes to economy, when it comes to transaction, when it comes to business, people priority, and this is of course very human nature. So I don't blame people for having this. They are focused. Their number one importance will be about money. So when it is about money, this is what I call dollar cents. What make the best for them? The transaction, maybe, if they want to take financing from the bank, which one is cheaper? If they want to save their money, which one give them more return? So there is dollar cents. And why I mentioned the cost of funding here, if for the businesses, if they need to get the funding, then they actually see how much it will cost. So sometimes, people take it from the Sharia. There are two countries which I'm aware they were leading for non-Islamic country in the Islamic finance. There is London and UK. London, but specifically the city of London and Singapore. People actually opted for the Sharia transaction, for the Sharia financing, not because they're Muslim, But because in those two cities, surprisingly, because of funding cheaper and therefore it makes more sense for them, it gives them more profit, higher margin when they do Islamic financing. And this is even, I call it the 1,597 billion or 1.6 trillion USD reason for us to do it. But this was the projection in 2011, made before the pandemic. It was expected at that time that if the Islamic finance will grow the way how it was, the trend then, but they took the benchmark at that time in our neighboring country, not from Indonesia, the size of Islamic finance in Indonesia would have reached 1.6 trillion. We are not anywhere near that. We are only about 2.8% out of that. We are growing very slow. But what I mean is this is the potential out there. So if we don't grab it, the Muslims are not bothered to do this, it's still there. The pie is there. Somebody else will grab it. So this is a good dollar sense for us. Let's do it. Yeah. And then the next one, now that we have, I hope, the same understanding, I hope that we are already on the same page with respect to sustainability, sustainable finance, and Islamic economy. Let us now have a look at Maqasid Syariah. I'm sure many of you have heard of it, but for those who have not, Maqasid Syariah, actually Arabic word come from Maqasid, that means the objectives. And in Indonesia, you already know it. Maksud. Maksud is actually from maksud dari sesuatu. So it's actually taken from the Arabic word. So Maqasid actually the objective of Sharia. So why do we have Sharia in the first place? You know, Sharia itself is, for the Muslim, is a way of life. It's not just about religion, but it's about everything that we do in life. From the moment you wake up in the morning to the time you go back to sleep again, from the moment you start breathing when you were born, or maybe even when you were in the womb of your mother, until the last breath that you will have before you will be buried by other people. Sharia should be the guidance. Sharia should be the principles that actually establish the parameters about how we live our life, how we conduct ourselves from the beginning to the end. But, well, many of you may be wondering, how can we do that? We cannot check the Quran and the Sunnah every day, and not all of us are actually scholars who have access to it, who know. So there is a very simple way of doing it. Actually, you just need to know there is what we call Maqasid Syariah. What are the purpose of the Sharia itself? You see, and this has been beautifully, later we go on the next page, by Imam Ghazali, that basically is preservation about the 5 more important things in life. The preservation of faith, religion, preservation of life, preservation of intellect, preservation of posterity, children and our future generation, and preservation of wealth. Basically, these are the 5 things, the 5. You know, if you try to actually put everything into pillars, these are the 5 pillars that we have in our life. That's it. It doesn't leave anything beyond that. So stick to Maqasid Syariah. Understand that Maqasid Syariah is a clear guidance and framework to the process of ijtihad in solving the issues, conforming to the human interest while complying with the will of God, what Allah really wishes us to do. But if it is too difficult and it takes too much for us to go back to Quran and Sunnah to check, or to ask for the Masaikh, what are the things, just remember the 5 things. We'll take a look at it later. And why do I mention this? Because, you know, I've been in the banking industry for over 2 decades now. What we have been doing in the past, and this is still the prevailing practice at the moment, the Islamic financial industries have the tendency, when they do screening, they just do negative screening. What is not in the negative list. In Indonesia, your lecturers may be telling you, oh, Islamic finance means you don't do maghrib. The maisir, gharar, and riba, that's it. No, it doesn't stop there. It cannot be just as long as it is not maisir, it is not gharar, it is not riba, and then it's halal. No. Because Allah say halal and tayyibah. Allah never say just halal. It's halal and tayyibah. So it has to be avoiding what is prohibited by Allah, but doing what He wishes. So just because it does not, you know, with the chicken example I gave, it's not maisir, it's not gharar, it's not riba, so it's halal. But if the process of rearing the chicken, the poultry themselves, the farm, cause so much damage to the environment. This is something that Islam would condone. So positive screening, analysis, maqasid, Sharia should be part of the process, and this should be fulfilled. Why? Because basically already Allah mentioned, reason why we have Sharia, to ease the life of human. There's a Surah Al-Jumu'ah, verse 10 actually said about it. I'm not going to read one by one because it's already 12 o'clock here in Malaysia, so it's 11 over there. We have only 50 minutes to go, including Q&A. So I will just mention there is an increase of transparency, Al-Baqarah 282, avoid dispute, rich beneficiaries and avoid mudara. Make sure that wealth is not a perpetual distribution among the rich only. It's also prohibited in Islam. You'll be surprised if I tell you the richest, wealthiest people in Indonesia, the largest business that you may have heard of their name in Indonesia, only represent 0.01% of the business players in Indonesia. 99.99% of the true business players in Indonesia, they are SMEs. They are not among the rich. So the wealth in Indonesia is very well, it's so concentrated only among the few. And this is not something that Islam would condone. I'm not saying that they've done something wrong, but what I mean is we have to actually empower the 99.99, the SMEs, because when they actually can make better contribution to the society, it will create wealth, and it will actually make sure the better distribution of wealth, not only among the rich. And then emphasize fairness, of course, in earning wealth. Now we go to green economy. I think we are doing good with the timing. A green economy is an economy that aims at reducing environmental risks and ecological scarcities, and it aims for sustainable development without degrading the environment. So if you take a look at this definition, while you may heard it is catchy, and some people may think, oh, it's green, so it's good. But it is just a subset actually of the Sharia or the halal or this Islamic, whatever you call it, economy. So it's closely related with ecological economics, but it has more political applied focus to it. In fact, the International Chamber of Commerce, the ICC, which represent the global business, has defined green economy as an economy in which economic growth and environmental responsibility work together in a mutually reinforcing fashion while supporting progress on social development. And Karl Burkert actually defined a green economy as based on 6 main sectors. There is renewable energy, green buildings, sustainable transport, water management, waste management, and land management. As you can see, when previously we talk about sustainability, we talk about, we have environment, we have social, and we have governance. It's 3 pillars to it. Green economy actually focusing on this, only the environment aspect. That's why I said it is the subset of the Sharia, of halal, of the sustainable finance. And then the 2019, there's a typo there, United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, Green Economy Report argues that to be green, an economy must not only be efficient, but also fair. Fairness implies recognizing global and country-level equity dimensions, particularly in ensuring a just transition to an economy that is low carbon, resource efficient, and socially inclusive. So this is quite interesting because by the definition of United Nations, it becomes closer to ESG. While it doesn't say so much about the governance, but the fact that there is a social inclusion, and this will actually overlap to the social aspect in the ESG. And if any one of you have not heard about Just Transition, so to just make it easier for you, I have already include reference here. Just Transition basically is a framework developed by the trade union movement to encompass a range of social intervention needed to secure workers' rights and livelihood when economies are shifting to sustainable production, primarily combating climate change and protecting biodiversity. In Europe, they actually advocate for a just transition They want to unite social and climate justice. So it's not only the environment aspect of it, but also the social aspect of it. So for example, for coal workers in coal-dependent developing regions, they are given the opportunity because otherwise they will lack employment opportunities beyond doing coal, and they want to actually reduce this aspect. In 2012, the ICC published the Green Economy Roadmap, containing contribution from international experts consulted biyearly. The roadmap represents a comprehensive and multidisciplinary effort to clarify and frame the concept of green economy. It highlights the role of business in bringing solution to global challenges. It set out the following 10 conditions which relate to business or industry and collaboration action for a transition towards a green economy. The first, open competitive market. Second, metric accounting and reporting. Third, finance and investment. Fourth, awareness. 5, life cycle approach. 6, resource efficiency and decoupling. 7, employment. 8, education skill. 9, government and partnership. And 10, integrated policy and decision making. But just for you guys' information, you see, as you can see the date here, 2011, 2012. And as I did mention that this is just a subset of the ESG, of the sharing economy and also sustainable economy. Actually, people, because it's just a subset, and even them actually moving towards social. The only reason why I actually include green economy, because this is the request from the organizing committee that I also highlight this aspect. But in reality, if we actually go outside there, well, it is important. This is, I would say, so yesterday. You know, we don't talk about this initiative anymore, not because they are not important, but it is just part of a bigger initiative now. We started with this, yeah, but now we have this ESG, and people actually has set the target. The countries, the nations in the world have agreed on the target that they have to achieve. And you know, like even from Indonesia also has signed the treaty and all that, and we have actually commitments that we have to fulfill during certain period of time. That's why we all have moved there. So this is not so much of the talk anymore, but at least I've asked to cover, so I do so, and I will actually discuss this slightly more towards the end. But please know, if you care about this, move further to ESG. But of course, as a Muslim, I would actually highly recommend do the Islamic one, the halal one, the Sharia one, because you will see, well, if we do it right, Islamic or halal or Sharia would be just like sustainable, and it will actually serve that purpose. But there are areas where it could be considered sustainable, but not necessarily halal in Islam. So now when we talk about the highlight of this topic, the sustainability, Islamic and green economy, there are areas that I would like to emphasize. First, I just mentioned just now, there are areas where it is Islamic, but not the difference between Islamic and sustainable. And the area where sometimes it is considered sustainable, ESG compliant, but not necessarily Islamic. And then we will also take a look at sustainable finance and maqasid Syariah. And then we'll take a look at this. I've been repeating many times. I just saying it, but we will actually take a look at it. That Sharia or Islamic is actually equivalent to halal economy for sustainability. Therefore, this is, I would say, the most comprehensive one. And therefore, if you ask me which one is the best, I would say this is enough for us. This is what we should strive for. And then, of course, sustainability, Islamic and green economy, how it is, and where's the position of each towards the other. Then Islamic finance and sustainable finance. There was a myth that, you know, especially in the 1970s, in the 70s, when basically people said, you know, you do finance, you focus on your business, you make money, the best profit out of it. Don't bother about the CSR part. Don't bother about your social responsibility, because when you do that, it will cost extra to the transaction, and therefore it will reduce the margin. This was the myth that, you know, investing in ESG is more costly. Truth is, ESG helps mitigate risk, improve corporate governance, maximize productivity, and also part of fiduciary duty of the senior management and the people of the entities. So therefore, we have to actually consider and apply those, albeit non-financial factor as part of analysis and process in investing. So the next question would be, so are they the same, ESG and Islamic? Well, ESG we have done research actually. I'm a member of the board of trustee for RFI, so we have done this survey. It was done over the period since last year, and I hope it will not surprise you, but some people were actually surprised to find that, those initiatives, those financial products, they are Sharia coupled with ESG aspect of it, outperform the one without ESG. And those ESG, which are not necessarily Sharia, they are performing slightly less than the one that has the combination of both. So that shows, and of course, these two, in any case, they still perform better than any funds or any product that has nothing to do with it at all. So this actually shows ESG investment can outperform non-ESG reporting investment. There are overlap, yes, but an investment which is Sharia compliant there is not necessarily ESG, and it could be vice versa if we are talking about Sharia compliant. But if we are talking about Sharia, it will not be Sharia, vice versa. I'll give you an example. You see, selling firearms, alcohol, tobacco industries. If it is done in a way that it and protect, I don't know how to actually justify the firearms, but the US is doing it. But for alcohol and tobacco, there are still, some justification that it has a certain amount of health contribution in it. Well, if it is done right and it does not actually cause damage to the environment, it could be ESG compliant. It could be, but definitely it cannot be Sharia compliant. Same thing. Pork, lard, conventional banking, they could be ESG compliant, but definitely not Sharia. This is the area, the petroleum industry. Is it Sharia compliant? It is definitely not considered as ESG, but it is considered Sharia compliant because if you just concentrate on Maghrib, Maisir, Gharar, Riba, it does not contain any of these three. Therefore, you may actually argue, I can actually buy the shares, I can trade in the shares, or I can even provide financing. Yes, if the test that you use is Sharia compliant, but I've been actually propagating and I've been still asking you from the beginning, don't stop at Sharia compliant, let's do it Sharia. If we do it Sharia, we also take into consideration the impact an activity has to the environment, and therefore, be it from Sharia or ESG viewpoint, this is not something that would be encouraged. Okay, this is the RFI Foundation white paper that I mentioned earlier, since I already mentioned it. You can take a look. Anyway, the slide is with the organizing committee. You can get it from them. I will not actually discuss that further. Now, when we talk about sustainable finance, the yardstick, the parameters ESG and Islamic finance maqasid Sharia, actually, we can also do sustainable finance by serving the maqasid Sharia. So the merge from these two will emerge into having maqasid Sharia as the parameters for sustainable finance. We can do that. Why we have to do that? First, because it's in line with Sharia. And second, protective of ESG, actually also serving maqasid Sharia. And the third, negative screening is not sufficient. So what is the maqasid Sharia? What are the maqasid Sharia? What are the purposes, the objective that Sharia aim to protect? Imam Ghazali has come up with this framework, that preservation of faith, I did mention it earlier, preservation of self or life. That's why committing suicide in Islam is not allowed, it's haram. And when I was a law student, we used to make a joke, the only activity which if you successfully commit, you will not go to jail for it. But if you if you commit it and you are not successful in it, it's a crime. There is suicide, because of course, if you commit it and it's successful, you don't need to go to jail anymore. You are dead already. The third, preservation of intellect. Fourth, preservation of posterity, and then preservation of wealth. I have the table here that has actually further details of the relevance of economic sustainability, environment sustainability, the sustainability and social sustainability when it comes the distribution of ESG factors into the 17 goals of SDGs. You can take a look at it later. I also have it here, so you can also take a look. So I will not go into detail into that. This is the area which I would like to emphasize instead, because whenever Allah asks you to consume something halal, it is not only halal. See here, halalan, but it's halalan tayyiban. Halalan tayyiban. Wa kulu mimma razaqakumullahu halalan tayyiban. Ya ayuhan nasu kulu mimma fil ardi halalan tayyiban. Anything that Allah has given you, which halal and tayyib. Anything that is in the world, halal and tayyib. It doesn't say just halal. So that's why I'm propagating halal economy for sustainability. But what I mean by halal here is not just halal, but halalan tayyiban. And when it comes to halalan tayyiban, we are talking about not just this aspect, but also the quality and ethical aspect of it. And even when we talk about halal, so many of us only focus on this, the zati, that the thing that we have in front of our eyes is halal, fried chicken, so it's halal. Or you buy a car from your friend, it's halal, car is halal. For transaction, so transaction and halal is halal. But it's not just zati, also hukmi. So if someone sell you a car, which is halal by zati because it's a car, but he actually stole the car, so hukmi is not halal. The hukum of the transaction cannot be halal just because the zati is halal. So both must be fulfilled. But we shouldn't stop just here, because Allah doesn't say just halal, but halalan tayyiban. How can it become tayyiban? It must fulfill the quality as well as the ethical aspect of it. The quality, how is it? The quality of the object itself, it should not have harmful substance. And the quality when it comes for the people who consume it, who use it. Because even though it may not have harmful effect, but this particular object can endanger the user or the consumer, in Islam it becomes haram. I give you an example. Star fruit, blimbing, yeah? Star fruit is halal. We know that because it doesn't have harmful substance. In fact, for normal people like you and me, it is beneficial because it has a high level of potassium which we need for our body. Yeah, not potassium, it has what? But for people who have kidney failure, when their kidney do not function anymore, I forgot the what is it there? But there is this substance in the star fruit, which for people with kidney failure, it will the potassium will remain, and it's too high, it could kill them. So in Islam, when you know something could actually damage yourself, you're not supposed to take it. If you know you're allergic to it, if you know that it can kill you, and yet you take it, that means you commit something that is forbidden. And when you do that, you cannot say that you don't commit suicide. Because in Islam, to be tayyiban, you are requested to take halal and tayyiban, not just halal, but also the quality in the sense that itself is good. And then when you consume it, when you use it, it will be good for you. Yeah. And then the third one, of course, the ethical aspect of it. And when we talk about this, we are talking about the whole areas, the whole aspect that relate to it, be it the process, the effects, the impact to society, impact to the earth. And when we are talking about the process, we are talking about the beginning from the source itself, when it was still raw material, the ingredient, and then the processing, the packaging, transportation, distribution, and products. That's why, for example, if you want to, like in the Middle East, I used to live in Bahrain. In Saudi Arabia, they actually they ship the cattle, cow and sheep, all the way from Australia. So the whole process taking the livestock from Australia to the Saudi and to treat and to Bahrain and to treat them while they are there before the slaughtering. In Islam, you are commanded by Allah to treat this animal with respect. You shouldn't actually torture them. You shouldn't cause harm to them. So all these processes are important. And you know, we have to care about it. Maybe I give another simpler example. Ikan teri, because we heard about, you know, people use in the past there was this, the industry actually utilizing the youth, minor and children, young children, to actually be part of the processing against their consent, or even with their consent, but this is even worse with against their consent. So the process itself is not actually something that Islam would condone, and therefore, if the process is not halal, the product cannot be halal and thayyibah. Yeah. So process, we are talking about the process from end to end. The effects, we are talking about what the process, the impact from the for this process to the object itself. So it cannot be negative either, because if it is negative, then it will be not be ethical, and therefore the thayyiban aspect will be questionable. Then impact to the society, whether or not what they do will actually have a negative impact to the society and impact to the earth, the negative impact to the environment. So all this must be taken into consideration. When they are done right, then it is halal and thayyibah. When any of the element is missing or is not actually taken care, or even worse, is actually violated, if you are in the position to make the decision whether to give funding or not, or to give financing or not, then you should actually ask people to correct it first, to rectify the condition, then only you give them the financing. Then you will be part of the halal and thayyibah process, but otherwise you are actually violating what Allah wishes us to do on this earth. So here, this is how it says. As I said, you know, green economy is just a subset of Islamic. And why Islamic is actually smaller than sustainability, because there are areas which are not condoned by Islam, you know, dealing with the, what do you call that, pork, lard, conventional bank. So they cannot be part of the Islamic economy, but they could be part of sustainable economy. And having said so, I hope so far we have reached to the same understanding of what is meant as sustainability, what is Islamic, what is green, and how we should actually deal with them in order to achieve the true Islamic transaction or Sharia transaction or halal economy. And when we say halal, it's not just halal, but halal and tayyibah. But doesn't mean that, you know, as easy as we say it, doesn't mean that it comes without challenges. Of course, there are challenges out there. Finding the right framework is one of them. Yesterday, when I spoke here, different people from different countries still have this idea whether the certification should be done at international level or regional level, or, you know, it could be self-declared, whatever it is. Finding the right framework itself is still a challenge. Even more challenging is to measure and track performance, because so far, even though ESG initiative has become the policy of even the Central Bank of Indonesia, the OJK, the Financial Services Authority of Indonesia, and they have made it also compulsory on the banking industry, and yet we don't have it yet, the mechanism how to measure and track performance. And then also data, it is not clear whether or not the performance, compliance, non-compliance have been reported to the authority. And even if it has been reported, this also still a question mark here. We have adopted it, but is there any consequence for non-compliance? And then tracking stakeholder sentiment and organizational reputation. This is something, another skill that we have to, eventually we have to face it, and eventually we will solve it. But because we are still far from here, it could be a challenge. It is not a real issue at the moment. And this is still quite happening in Indonesia, where people, have this skepticism, thinking that compliance will give extra cost. That's why we in RFI, we did the survey to show them, yes, you may think that as an extra cost, but eventually it will save you in the long run. And good governance will also provide you with resilience and therefore sustainability. And more importantly, it's already been proven that even when it talk about getting that market share internationally, you'll be more competitive when you have that as aspect of your financial offering. And of course, prioritizing, this is a big issue. In fact, I'm sorry to say, I heard some people from the industry has been saying this, that, enough speech, people give, he actually told me in Bahasa Indonesia, dikasih pidato mulu gitu, he said, dikasih pidato mulu kapan nolongnya. So I think this is when it is priority, please, we have to be serious about it, in the sense that there has to be action, not just talk, because we need to walk the walk, not just talk the talk. Right now, people actually have this impression that in Indonesia it's mostly talk the talk. And last but not least, because I hope after this we'll have the Q&A, as you mentioned just now, issue of priorities. And when I said issue of priorities, you see here, issues of priorities and also question mark, issues of priorities. What I mean is, you see, it should be our priority. But the question is it already a priority? And then when it has already been a priority, have we actually walked the walk, or it just talk the talk? But most importantly, this is just not at the national level. Of course, tone from the top is very important, because when it comes to this kind of initiative, it has always have the support from the top level. So when we talk about national scale, of course, we are talking about the government, and we are talking about the entity level. We are talking about senior management. There has to be a tone from the top, and it has to be set as priority. This is the way how we have to do it if we want to actually progress in it. And ESG basically equals sustainable investing. ESG matters are aligned with or part of Islamic values. That's why, the circle that we had just now. Definitely, when we do Islamic or Sharia or halal economy in the way that we aim to serve maqasid Sharia, or we ensure that the whole process is halal and tayyibah, definitely it is sustainable. Definitely it will fulfill the ESG aspect of it. So I would say that to the extent that basically it's the same, except for certain areas that is not prohibited by Sharia, but they are considered okay by the ESG. And Islamic economy, which size is still small relative to SRI, would be further boosted by the adoption of ESG. What I mean by here is, some people, they cannot accept Islamic or halal or Sharia because they said, I'm not a Muslim. Or they say, because I don't care. This is business transaction, it's not religious. Well, you don't have to upset them. In fact, I have this question when I was in Riyadh. One princess asked me, and because she said, she was my student when I was in Bahrain. I was a banker, but I did, as a visiting professor during the weekends. She was my MBA student. So after so long, more than 15 years, yeah. For 15 years, we met again in Riyadh. Then she told me, look, Doctora, I really like Islamic finance, but I cannot do it here. Then I told her why. Because, I don't think people will buy the idea of Islamic. Then I told her, look, dear, it's always about the substance, not the form, not the label. People cannot accept Islamic finance, fine. Don't call it Islamic finance. Call it sustainable finance. Call it ethical finance. Call it ethical economy. Call it sustainable economy. It doesn't matter. Because, when you do it right, when you try to preserve environment, society, governance, and inshallah, you actually couple this with the niyyah that you do it for the sake of getting ridha from Allah, this is Islamic, this is Sharia, this is halal. You don't call it that way, it doesn't matter. I'm sure Allah has actually written your ajr. If by using the term or the label Islam, they will not accept it, then forget mentioning it. Don't mention it. You still do what Islam asks you to do. Call it by the name that they will accept. So if the people out there, they are more ready to pay more for ESG, not for Islamic, then be it, call it ESG. but we set our intention, right? We do our approach and our process, right? It's still Islamic. We know it. We do it. You don't have to tell everybody, oh, this is Islamic. No. If they are not buying in, don't sell it that way. Sell it, approach them in the way that they are more approachable. And of course, at the end, Islamic economy, including green economy, is for sustainability. I think that's the end of my presentation. Thank you so much. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. I would like to apologize if you find any shortcoming or anything that you don't feel appropriate, but feel free, share it with me, express your opinion, your views. We still have, I would have to apologize that I have to leave 10 minutes before 12 o'clock Jakarta time because of other commitment which I cannot, excuse myself from. But we have the next 15 minutes for Q&A, so feel free. I'll be very happy to address any concern. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for Dr. Huria for interesting and amazing presentation. Maybe coming to next session, question and answer session, maybe just one question, just one question, because Dr. Huria after that have other activities. Maybe
I have 15 minutes, so it's okay. You can ask as many questions within the next 15 minutes. 14 now.
Okay. Participant, please raise your hand if you want to ask to Dr. Huria about this topic.
Yeah. And feel free, if you'd like to ask in Indonesian language, it's okay. And if you prefer that I speak in Indonesian, I don't mind. In fact, I asked the organizing committee if I should present in Indonesia. I mean, like if it is for their benefit, then I would do so. But it's just that I heard the chairperson, this beautiful lady, I don't see your name, Novita, has been speaking in English. So I thought I should do my presentation in English as well. But feel free, I am Indonesian anyway, I speak Indonesian.
Okay, maybe John Ray Floor, raise hand, please. John Ray Floor, give the question to Dr. Huria. Hello, John Ray Floor. Your sound is still mute, yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you, Dr. Ria, for sharing your time and insights. I am John Ray Flor, and I am from Philippines. So my question is, we know that Philippines is one of Christian countries across the globe, and I am just curious about the words that I heard, which are the haram and halal. So my questions are, what are the difference of halal and haram, and what are the processes that a certain product be certified as halal? And lastly, what are the effects of halal to the Muslim countries? It's because to some countries, they are allowed to sell or to buy different products regardless of it is halal or haram. It's because in your country, you are only allowed to buy or to use and to eat products which is certified as halal. So that's my questions, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John Ray Floor. Maybe Dr. Huria can answer directly.
Hello there, good morning, John Ray Flo. Interesting, that's why I was wondering where you're from based on your name. And by the way, I got some friends as well in the Central Bank of Philippines, close friends of mine. MashaAllah, they are wonderful people. Okay, the difference between halal and haram, and I might apologize if I was not being more elaborative on this earlier, because my mistake, I have to admit, I didn't ask the extent of, or the who are the audience for this event. So my apologies to you, John, on that. The easy way to define, to differentiate halal and haram within from other religion would be halal, what are considered as, those things that you can do without committing a sin, and haram, if you do it, it's sinful. Or in other words, halal are those which are actually allowed by the religion, and haram which are not allowed by religion. So sin or no sin, that's the simple way of putting it. But of course, it does not stop in like, it is not to, when it comes to religion, of course, it is not about what people consider as prohibited or not prohibited. We have the guidance on it. There is the Sharia principles. But as I said, the reason why I've been talking about not just religious, but also ethical, because for us as a Muslim, we believe that the Sharia is the way of life. But if you go beyond that, if you remove the element of religion, you will see actually what Islam really taught us. These are the elements which are ethical. So basically, it taught us to be good human being. If you are a good Muslim, definitely you are a good human being. So those people who claim they are Muslim, but you think that they don't behave as a good person, trust me, they shouldn't actually claim themselves as a Muslim, because if as a Muslim you have to obey Allah. When you obey Allah, you do those which are halal and you avoid those which are haram. And Islam actually has a very easy way of approach that says, al aslu fil muamala al ibahat yadullu dalil ala tahrimihi. That's mean, basically when it comes to transaction, it is allowed for you to do it as long as it has not been ruled as something prohibited or forbidden. So Islam is very flexible when it comes to activity, commercial, your life, your private life, and all that. And on the contrary, when it comes to ibadah, al-aslu fil ibadah, tahrim, hatta ya dulu dalil Allah. You see, on the contrary, when it comes to religious aspect, your prayer, your fasting and all that, in Islam, it is only, you are not actually allowed to be very creative in it, in the sense that don't come up with something that Allah does not ask you to do. So it's very enlightening in the way that, you are just required to do what is must when it comes to religious aspect. But to the short answer to what is halal, what is haram, halal, not sinful. In fact, you get the reward for doing it. Haram, it's sinful. You should be afraid of the punishment if you do it. Now the process, how to differentiate halal and haram. Why I took the example of the chicken, because many people consider as long as it is chicken, it's halal, but in fact, Islam is the religion of mercy, not only to people, but also to all creatures, even to the chicken. So you see, in Islam, you are not supposed to electrocute the chicken. Because when you do that, you actually harm the chicken. They got punished. You actually torture the chicken before it dies. That's why in Islam, they don't let you to actually electrocute the chicken. But how many industry out there, just to make it easy, they just electrocute. Or they just, have that big knife and just choke, But when you do all this, actually the animals suffer. One. And the second, the quality of the meat itself. Because when you do it, like when you chop it in one go, the blood all will actually still stay in the meat, and it's not good for your health. So you see, in Islam, although many people think, it's complicated whatsoever, no, it's not really complicated, because there is a mercy, there is a blessing in what God asks you to do. So why it has to be proper zabiha? Because we don't want to torture the chicken. Already you are going to eat it. Be merciful to it, treat it nice, respect it. Yeah, so this is the process of halal in Islam. That's why I did talk, although I didn't go into details because of the constraint of time. Yeah, it's an end-to-end process. You want to have a healthy meat, you treat the animal from the beginning kindly, nicely, give them good food, you'll have quality meat. Treat them well, let them even, towards the end of their life, being actually slaughtered in respectful manner, you'll get quality meat. But you torture them, you don't care about them, imagine the quality of meat that you get when you actually eat it. It's not good for you either, and definitely not good for the animal, and animal also creatures of God. That's why God actually does not allow Muslim to treat them bad. You see, imagine if Islam does not even allow us to treat animal bad, do you think Islam will allow us to torture other human being? No. So anyway, this is beyond the point. Now we also talk about certification, whether it is required or not. That's why I did also mention yesterday. I had these people asking whether to be certified halal or not. No, basically, you see, when it comes to certification, in Malaysia, for example, they do it optional, so it is not necessary. But in Indonesia now, it is necessary. In fact, we have in the Article 4 of the law number 35 of year 2014 on the halal certification. You see, Indonesia, we have 277 million people. 86% of is Muslim. So 13% of the world population of Muslim world population are in Indonesia. That makes us the largest halal market. If you want to come to Indonesia, the law has made it mandatory that it has to be halal certified. But of course, if you sell pork, you don't need to get the certification. There is an exclusion clause to it. Unless it is obviously is haram, you don't ask for the halal certification. But if you want to bring the food for the consumption of the majority of people in Indonesia, it has to be certified halal. So certification process in Indonesia is compulsory now. The government, mashallah, with their initiative, they have tried to make it achievable by everybody. You know, we have 99.99% of our business players are actually from SMEs. So in order to enable them to obtain the certification, the government is actually offering it for free. They just charge the minimum administration cost, not for the fee for the certification, yeah, just the administration cost. In fact, if you show that you cannot even afford this 300,000 rupiah, there are certain schemes that can allow you to get some assistance for it. So yeah, there's this process. Indonesia is compulsory, and we are hoping soon we can get as many as the our SMEs to be certified. And why we need to do that? Now we are talking about impact. You see, I do not know how many of you have heard it, but truth is, as early as in the 2014, 2014, I was a banker in Malaysia at that time. Japan has already started asking for certification from JAKIM at that time, from the certification authority in Malaysia. And you'll be surprised to hear this. Why Japan? I don't know how many percent of Muslims there. And they don't even cater this for the Muslim. Because apparently, you know, the Japanese people, they have done their research, they have done their study, and they found that the process of getting the food halal according to Islamic religions actually produce the best quality of the product. So for them, halal certification is not to get the halal certification itself, but as a certification of quality. So they know the product that they consume actually of good quality as a substance, and also for some as an object for them to consume, to use, to wear, etc., etc. So I hope that they have already answered your concern, John.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for addressing
You're
your
most welcome.
concerns.
You're most welcome.
Okay, thank you very much, John Rayflor, for the question. Maybe because of the time, we must to finish this session. Maybe if other participant wants to ask, just contact Dr. Huriah by email, yeah, that have been shown in biodata before. Okay, Alhamdulillah, finally we come to the end of the course. Before I close the course, I would like to take conclusion from what speaker Dr. Huriah has presented. Islamic is halal economy for sustainable. Why Islamic economy? Based on Surah Az-Zariyat, from ayah 56, we don't create man engines except pray to Allah. Yes, we must be able to ensure that the components of sustainable finance stay in balance and side by side between environmental, social, and if also relate to Maqasid Sharia is the objective of the Sharia that should be the guidance of our life. And the last I want to highlight about halal and thayyiban. Yeah, it's not about halal avoiding what is prohibited by Allah, but halal and thayyiban from the source, process, and the impact. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Huria, for the presentation. Maybe please don't leave the the session, because after that the committee will take a picture and give certification for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you do it now? Because I need to leave in 1 minute.
Oh, okay. Maybe I close firstly. Thank you very much. I back to committee. Please, committee. Hello.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks to Ms. Novita Kusuma, who had guided the second lecture. And thank you to Dr. Huria El Islami for informative and insightful presentations. Here, we are awarding you a certificate of appreciations. And before we end this, we have documentation sessions. To Dr. Huria El Islami, please give a smile when I count until 3. 1, 2, and 3. We're done. Thank you to Dr. Huria El Islami once again for the time.
Thank you very much everyone, and apologize for any shortcoming. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Saya izin leave dulu ya Mbak. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I remind all participants to fill out the attendance list through online learning UHAMKA or OLU. And again, there's information about our break time, where we'll give you an hour to break, and the next agenda will begin at 1 p.m. according to Jakarta, Indonesia time zone. I repeat once more, we give you break time about an hour, and the next agenda will be start at 1 p.m. according to Jakarta, Indonesia time zone. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Welcome back to all the participants. The next agenda is the last lecture by Mr. Samudra Putra, SST, MPA. And the topic is Carbon Tax in
Recording in
Indonesia,
progress.
Implementations and Threats, which will be led by our moderator, Miss Dewi Puji Rahayu. To Miss Dewi Puji Rahayu, time and place are yours.
Okay, thank you, Master of Ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Our webinar is about to begin. Thank you very much. Please, the participant, make you on cam. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. Honorable Chairman of Economics and Business Faculty of UHAMKA and UMT University, dear all lecturer and all participants of this seminar. I am Dewi Puji Rahayu, the moderator of this seminar. I'm very happy to see here and welcome all of you to this seminar. This seminar is about Indonesia carbon tax implementation and threat. Our speaker today is Mr. Samudra Putra, and may I read to his CV. Okay, Mr. Samudra have took a graduate to a bachelor in STAN for D4 accounting in STAN. After that, have a Master of MPA Comparative Applied Social and Public Policy, Evaluation and Research, University of York, the United Kingdom. So he is the employer in the Directorate Jenderal Pajak or regulatory of tax in Indonesia. He is have several activities and the capacity building to tax policy administration for the revision of income tax. So he have several employment. The one is analyst, tax analyst, and tax regulation too. Directorate General of Tax, Ministry of Financial. So everybody in the seminar, he will to present about Indonesian carbon tax and implementation of threat. So he will hear to how the Indonesian carbon tax and how implementation and how the threats. Our speaker today is Mr. Samudra Putra. Mr. Samudra Putra, ready? Time is yours, Mr.
Okay. Good day, everyone. Thank you, Ibu Dewi, for the introductions. And I'm gonna ask whether my sounds clear.
Yes, Mr. Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to share screen now.
Please, admin, give access to Mr. Samudra.
right. So can you see the screen now?
Okay, okay.
All right, all right. Okay. Good day, everyone. Today I will be speaking certain aspects regarding Indonesian carbon tax, and the title will be we'll be focusing on the implementation and also the threats. I will start by quoting some of this. Personally, I would say this is something quite powerful. And here I quote the statement from the economists. This is like a collective statement by economists and also Nobel laureates that says carbon tax offer the most cost-effective lever to reduce carbon emissions at the scale and speed that is necessary. By correcting a well-known market failure, carbon tax will send a powerful price signal that harnesses the invisible hand of the marketplace to steer economic actors towards a low carbon future. So if you see the message here that the carbon taxes act as it stands and it impose economic burdens. So the idea is that if you have economic burdens that is increasing over the time, eventually you will have no options but to change the way you do business to something greener. Okay, so this presentation will be divided into three parts. The first one will be speaking briefly about the legal basis and some of the rationales why Indonesia is now adopting the carbon tax. And next we'll be talking briefly about, or this is I think is our main focus regarding the, please interrupt me anytime if you can hear my voice clearly. All right. So the second part will be the mechanism of carbon tax, and then we'll see what types of carbon taxes in place in Indonesia based on the Indonesian harmonization law. That the carbon taxes will be divided into two parts: the emission-based carbon tax and also purchase-based carbon tax. And we were talking about the threats, or if you, or I think I prefer to call it the challenges. Ibu Dwi, do you think my voice is still clear there?
Yes, yes, yes. As I scroll in.
There's a problem with the. Okay, okay. So. Okay. Okay, so we were talking about the legal basis first. So the Indonesian carbon taxes is the mandate of Article 13 Harmonization Law, year 2021. And here are the rationales that I quote from the elucidations of the law. So the basic as to why Indonesia is now adopting carbon tax, because we want to impose to the greenhouse gas emissions. So the economic burden will be divided on how much emissions that for example, the power plant produce or the emissions unit produce. And it is one of the instruments to achieve Indonesian national determined contributions. Talking about the quantity, it is to support Indonesia's commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 29% with its own capabilities. But if we have international supports, that will be 41 by year 2030. And we already committed to achieve net zero emissions by 2060. And hopefully it will achieve. So, so carbon taxes is not the only way we can reach net zero emissions, but it is part of government policy to reach that ambitious net zero emission by 2016. And as carbon taxes, we rely heavily on other regulations by technical ministries. So we talking about Personal Decree number 98, year 2021, and also regulations from relevant authorities. The Personal Decree number 98, year 2021, it is talking about the national economic carbon. So let's delve into something more technical here. I'll be presenting the two types of carbon taxes in Indonesia. The first one is we call it emission-based carbon taxes. So it's basically the carbon taxes that is imposed to how much emissions that you produce over the time. So it is more like direct taxes, but with credit system. It will it will be imposed initially to carbon-based power plant. So the law says in 2022 to 2024, it is restricted to coal-based power plants, and by the year 2025, it will be expanded to other sectors. And we also have something more traditional and something, this is more simpler carbon tax, that is purchase-based carbon tax. So this is the taxes that will be imposed on selling goods containing carbon, for example, gasoline or probably after also. But the way we collect these taxes is through withholding system. So think about the way you collect sales luxury taxes. So this is more like indirect taxes, but it won't be implemented soon. It will be implemented starting in 2025. So if you're wondering on how can we determine the carbon tax payable, so this is the formula to calculate how much taxes you owe. So basically, carbon taxes is determined by the taxable CO2 equivalent minus eligible deductions. We will be exploring what are these deductions later. And if you have determined how much the taxable carbon to carbon equivalent minus deductions, then you have to calculate by using the carbon tariff. So you need to translate it into rupiah. And then what is the taxable carbon? It is basically the number of emissions above the allowance or above the cap. And later we will be talking about what are the allowances and who are in authority to provide the allowance. And then talking about the purchase-based carbon taxes. So this is, as I said before, this is something more simpler. So basically, the carbon tax is determined by the taxable emissions times carbon tariff. So what is the taxable emissions? Is pretty much about the amount of sales of the goods containing carbon times conversion factors. And here, just like the allowance, the authority responsible for publishing the conversion factors will be the technical ministries. And let's talk about the tariff. The tariff for the 2022, it is determined by the law. It is at least 30,000 rupiah per CO2 equivalent per ton. So if I may, if you look at how much tariff that we have in place, we are actually among the lowest in terms of the price of the carbon units. But we can say it's just like an introductory tax rate. And by the after 2022, starting from 2023, the carbon tariff must be at least equal or above the domestic market prices. And it will be determined by Ministry of Finance based on the average price of the average price over 1 year regarding the market price, the carbon price in domestic market. So this is how you report your carbon taxes. If you're talking about the emission-based carbon taxes, so basically it is the carbon tax payable will be determined by each and every emission generating units. And suppose if the headquarters of the power plant owners they have several or numerous carbon emission unit, then it will be the one who is responsible to report it by submitting annual tax form. So it's pretty much like the income tax, where you have to report your income tax on annual basis. And it should be paid before submitting your annual tax return, and it should be submitted annually, and you no later than the 13th April of each year. So it's basically the same as corporate tax return, income tax for corporation. And the purchase-based carbon tax is more like the withholding taxes. So it should be reported on monthly basis. We are not levying the taxes on each and individual, let's say, like a gasoline stations. We are aiming, in order to simplify things and in order to reduce the combined costs, will be levied to the main distributors. So the main distributors will be responsible to calculate the sales of the sales of the goods containing carbon. And just like the SPT Masa, right, it should be paid every month no later than the 15th after the tax period end. And it should be submitted no later than the 20th after the tax period end. I would like to emphasize a bit on what are the differences about carbon taxes in Indonesia and perhaps the carbon trading illustration. I would like to mention here that we have a slightly unique model of carbon taxes because we kind of combine carbon trading and the carbon taxes. So we could also say that our carbon taxes probably is the only one model that combine those two into one. So the basic of carbon trading mechanism is about emitters who are producing emissions way above their cap. They have to compensate their excess of emissions by either A, buying carbon units from other emitters who is emitting emissions below their cap, or they can do certain mitigations that can be valued to how much carbon units, and then those units are accounted as the offsets to their actual emissions. So here you have a pictures illustrating the pretty much cap and trade, the normal cap and trade. You can say that like a normal cap and trade. So here you have free allowance at the beginning of the year. Suppose it is 150, and by the end of the year, you emit to 2000, so you have access of 1550, right? And here in the scenario A, over the time, but by the end of the year, you have 210 carbon units. It is from the free allowance, and you get it also from, let's say, from carbon trading, and you get it also from doing some sort of carbon mitigation project. And at the end of the year, you have 210. This is just an illustration. This is just an example. So since you emit your actual emissions by the end of the year 200, and you have carbon units with you 210, then you have enough carbon units to compensate all of your actual emissions. So there will be no taxes at all or no penalty at all. But here in a scenario B, where you have, for example, at the end of the at the end of the year, you have 170. So this is not 210. So suppose you have 170. So you have 30. You lack 30 carbon units since you emit to 200. Despite whatever you get your credits, your carbon units from, either, let's say in this example, you get it a 90 from free allowance, you have 40 from carbon trading, you have a 40 from offset projects. But you will be imposed penalty, we can say it is a penalty by the amount of 30, since you don't have enough or you don't have adequate carbon units to compensate all of your emissions. And here you have what is on the screen is the illustration of cap, tax, and trade that is, I can say, is uniquely Indonesia. And the way we calculate things is the way we determine carbon, the taxable emissions is by comparing how much free allowance that you have at the end of the year to your free allowance. In this scenario A, your free allowance is 100, and that is way below your free allowance given at the beginning of the year. So in this case, your taxable emission will be 15. But there's a catch in that. Of course, you can count your carbon unit obtained from either trading or buying from other units, or for example from the auctions. But since we are calculating the taxable emissions from the difference between the free allowance that you have at the end of the year and the free allowance you get at the beginning of the year, there will be taxable emissions 50. And there is some maximum deductions. We are thinking about 70%. So despite that you have perhaps enough carbon units, but there will be a certain caps. If the certain caps determined by the government or set by the government is 70%, so the maximum deduction will be 35. So, and then you will still have to pay carbon taxes on the 15. That is from 50 minus 35. So here in the scenario B, this is pretty much the same, but with a different example. But it's pretty much the same. So if you want to know how the overall carbon taxes is calculated and how is it reported over the year, here are the example. The main idea of this picture is to just tell you how important it is, the coordination among ministries, among relevant authorities in Indonesia, because unlike, for example, other taxes such as income taxes or VAT, we are highly dependent. Ministry of Finance is highly dependent on what is done by other authorities, or we can say as by the technical ministries. Here, by the January 1st, we're talking about technical ministry issue allowance for each and every emission generating unit. And then over the years, beginning by January 1st to at the end of the year, the units need to have, they need to measure their emissions, and also they need to calculate how much units that they have or they sell to other units, or how much carbon units that they obtain from, for example, doing mitigation projects. And then they need to report it to the technical ministry authorities to kind of validate whether they report is true. So the carbon taxes, the mechanism of carbon taxes is entirely based on MRV. It's about measurement, verifications, and reporting. Measurement, reporting, and the verification. And here at the end of the process is where the units need to report their annual tax returns to tax office. now that we have explored briefly about the mechanism of carbon taxes in Indonesia, we are now talking about the threats. So this is kind of integrating. This, it talks about the threats. So first, I think what is important, what are the definition of threats really? So if we're talking about the threats would be something that can act as impediment or something that act as obstacle to what the objectives of carbon taxes. But so if we think that the objectives of carbon taxes would be people changing the way they do business or people changing their behavior to something greener lifestyle. So so the opposite of the outcome would be, for example, public might reject the idea of the carbon taxes, and business might not change the way they do business, or even on certain cases, it will be revoked entirely. So now that we determine what the definition of threats are, and now we can then deduct what could possibly be the threats here. If we are talking about the element design, so the successful of the objective will be determined by the element of the design, whether we have set the tariff right, whether the technical authorities provide way too generous allowance or way too scarce allowance, and whether we have good or lackluster coordination among ministries, and whether we have platform that is sufficient to conduct proper carbon trading. And if we're talking about the offsetting, whether the carbon offset really are something that could be potentially beneficial for the environment. So it's not just some sort of bogus carbon trading as carbon offsetting. And threats can be also arise from other fiscal regulations. So the way carbon taxes work is because they are imposed to business that conduct brown in the brown sectors, in the sectors that have negative externalities. But if we still have, for example, incentives, tax incentives for those brown industries, that would kind of act as a deterrent of the objective of the carbon taxes, right? So here you have some sort of sticks for industries doing business in brown sector, but you are still providing some sort of incentive elsewhere for the very same industries. And we need to also look at other non-fiscal regulations, whether it's a permit, red tapes, whether we have enough public campaigns or other measures to increase public accessibility, really, and how to get it, how to earn public trust. We'll be looking at some of the implementation of carbon taxes elsewhere right after this. And the threats may also come from the external factors because, for example, and the geopolitical risk from the Russia that could affect the price of commodity, and also perhaps the growing escalation in South China Sea over Taiwan, and those kind of risks that arise from geopolitical situation that could affect, for example, the price of fuel and so on. That could be a threat. And there might be also the threats from, for example, the rejection of business or from the industries that might have the arguments that carbon taxes can make our domestic industries to be less competitive compared to, for example, countries that do not have carbon taxes in place. So this is something that I would like to emphasize a bit regarding the nature of the carbon taxes, because carbon taxes, just like VAT, it has regressive nature. Here I quote from Charles Costa, actually it is people, not corporation, who bear the cost of climate change regulations, and that include carbon taxes. So because the carbon taxes will be imposed, for example, on the price of electricity or the price of fuels, what they do is the corporations will pass down some of the costs to the end consumers, right? And here again, he says that under a hypothetical carbon tax, household in the lowest income group would pay as a person of income more than twice what households in the highest 10% of income distribution pay. So I hope this could give you illustration on the risk if the policymakers are now taking this kind of risk seriously, because this will eventually determine public acceptance regarding the implementation of carbon taxes. So I have some example from several countries regarding their implementation of carbon taxes. Here in Australia, they have introduced carbon back in 2012, but it wasn't successful. Just 2 years after the implementations, the carbon taxes become some sort of political commodity. So because taxes, taxes are popular really, and it could be easily used as promise or some sort of people, or the opposite. The opposite could be used as a something that they repel to gain people's vote if they are elected. So practically it become political commodity. So eventually it is repealed just 2 years after the implementation, saying that the carbon taxes give economic burden to low-income household. Here in France, also there is a series of unfortunate events. In 2018, the government is trying to raise the carbon taxes up to €86. But then again, people see it as social unjust, and it's just another tax to finance public spending. Eventually, the government abolished the plan, and they are stick to their original price. Sorry. And here you have in Washington, in the U.S., it also initiate a carbon tax. Although they they want to earmark at least 70% of the income to fund clean energy projects, still it was rejected by the public. But it's not all gloom. Here you can have, I think this kind of provide examples where countries are actually successful in terms of implementing their carbon taxes. Here in Sweden, although initially they start at a very low rate, like a €24, and now the price of carbons are increased steadily, and they are now imposing at least €114 for carbon units in 2021. And also the same thing also happens in Canada, where they have successfully implemented carbon taxes. What is interesting about the Canada is, despite they gain a lot of support initially, but over the time, people are now seeing the benefits of carbon taxes, and also they have this very comprehensive mechanism to mitigate the risk of lower income households from being impacted in proportionally due to the carbon taxes. So they have earmarked some of the income from the carbon taxes to be distributed to lower income household. We can say that Canada is one of the successful, one of country that is successfully implementing carbon taxes. So I think that is my brief presentations. Feel free if you have any comments or any questions on carbon taxes in Indonesia. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Samudra. Thanks for your presentation in for giving the such of information about carbon tax in Indonesian. And Indonesian should to provide some regulation to implementation and any threat for external and internal factors that to give solution. Everybody, we give some we give so 15 minutes to question and answer. So the participant give the one question and Mr. Samudra give one answer and one by one to question and answer. So please, the participant, you can to chat in your question in the chat room, or you can to raise hand for to question of the Mr. Samudra. So everybody. Okay, Mr. Samudra, I want to give the pancingan in Indonesia. The regulation of carbon tax in Indonesian so we give some solution to provide some regulation to solution the problem in Indonesian internal or the external factors. So what would you solution for this pelaksanaan for this pelaksanaan terkait dengan regulasi yang sudah ada.
Okay. Okay. As I previously explained regarding some of the identified threats. So I think one of the things that we could do to ensure the success of the implementations of the carbon taxes, we cannot really ignore the social, the economic cost that might be that can act as impedient. So we're talking about the economic cost that can be borne by the low-income households, right? So in order to do that, I think one of the most effective ways to do it, if we could, this is just my personal opinion, we need to earmark some of the revenue from the carbon taxes to be distributed to low-income households. Because again, taking words from Charles Costa, that this low-income household may be the one who is disproportionately affected by the carbon taxes. And also, if we earmark some of the revenue from carbon taxes, either for mitigating the risk of low-income household being unjustly affected, We could also earmark some of the income of the carbon revenue to fund environmental projects. Um, so the public will see that carbon taxes are not just, not instruments for government to raise revenue. So it won't be seen as just another tax. The same arguments happen in French, where they see the carbon taxes is just another way for government to fund other projects. So it might not be directly correlated with environment activities and so on. So we cannot really ignore public acceptance.
Okay, thank you, Mr. May Mr. Fazilati, maybe two question to Mr. Samudra. Any question, Mrs. Fazilati? Fazilati. Okay. Not yet.
Assalamualaikum. Yes, I
Okay.
don't have any question because this is not my area. I'm just enjoying the slides. Thank you so much, your insightful presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody to give some question to Mr. Samborna? Thank you, Mr. Fazilati. Okay. So, anyone? You can to chat the chat room for the Zoom meeting, and you can to raise hand to give some question. Okay.
Or I can also answer your question in bahasa if you need.
Oh ya ya. Silakan bisa menggunakan bahasa Indonesia karena ini sangat menarik ya. Mungkin teman-teman yang enggan menggunakan bahasa Inggris bisa menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Mungkin ada beberapa mahasiswa Indonesia yang ada di sini. Carbon tax bisa diperjelas lagi nanti jika teman-teman ada pertanyaan. Ayo silakan teman-teman. Or the Melayu language, you can use the Melayu language to give question. Okay. Okay, Mr. Samudra. I think the participant is not to give question to this seminar to carbon tax. Oh, in chat. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to ask, what would be role the government? Would you like to the role of the government and our state level programs play in the presence of nationwide carbon tax, and how make carbon tax affect existing Indonesia transportation policies? Okay, this nice question. So, Mr. Samudra, you can give answer.
Thank you, Ms. Mary, for your questions. And the first is about what is the role of government in terms of the implementations of carbon tax. If I am not mistaken, reading your questions. So since the carbon tax will be applied, and so the responsibility of managing or administrating the carbon tax will be on the central government. So it is the the central government that needs to provide the needed instruments to to conduct this carbon taxes. So the role of carbon taxes is basically everything, like setting up the tariff, provide the needed instruments to conduct carbon trading, also technical ministries. So they are not Ministry of Finance. They are the one who are responsible to provide allowance or provide caps for the emission generating units. So perhaps if you are talking about the power plant sector, so the responsibilities to provide allowance would be on the Ministry of Energy. If perhaps after 2025, the forestry, for example, hypothetically, or if the forestry sectors are now also subject to carbon taxes, and the one who will be responsible to issue the allowance will be Ministry of Forestry. Again, the government, if we are talking about the Ministry of Finance, we kind of waiting at the end of the process after they report how much emissions, and these technical ministries, they verify whether they report as true, and then any remaining unfinished obligations, they will need to pay it in form of carbon tax. If we are talking about emissions, if we are talking about the carbon tax based on the emissions. And perhaps some questions is how might a carbon tax affect existing emission transportation policies? As for now, since the carbon taxes are not imposed yet to transportation sectors, perhaps if after 2025, where the carbon taxes will be implemented in transportation sectors as well, I think there will be of course, the rise of fuels, for example, and the increase of fuel, the increased cost of fuels, for example, that will kind of act as a deterrent for people, for example, taking private cars, so they will opt to choose public transportation instead, hopefully, if the price is stinging enough. But again, it really depends on what other policies outside the carbon taxes play. For example, if the government provides reliable, comfortable public transportations, and the effect of the increased price in fuels, then perhaps public will then change the way they do. They change their activities. For example, instead of taking private cars, they will then choose public transportation instead. I hope that answers your questions.
Okay.
Feel free if you need further clarifications on that.
Okay, Miss Tricia, Mary Laredo, if you can feedback and oh, thank you very much, sir. Okay, anyone maybe to give a question to chat or to raise hand? Okay, Fazilaiti Ababaik. What do you mean, Mr. or Miss Fazilaiti?
Short form of thank you very much and jazakallah khairan kesiran.
Amin.
Thank you.
Amin.
Oh, thank you very much and jazakallah, Mr. The means of the right. So anyone? Okay, I think the Mr. If the participant will choose question, you can give some number WhatsApp or everything to correspondent maybe, or email.
Sorry, excuse me, are you asking me to
Yes.
provide email? So, okay, all right. I will provide my email to you or in the chat box.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, finally we come to the end of this seminar. So thank you for Mr. Samudra. I would like to your speaker and their information to interesting presentation. And all participants for this very active participant finally applaud the speakers and all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And sorry to feel free to send you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Samudra, for your email address. Okay, I think time is up. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Samudra.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ibu Dewi.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
We wish to give some information about the next follow the information about carbon tax regulation.
No worries.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you to Ms. Dewi Puji for guiding the last lecture. And thank you to Mr. Samudra Putra for the informative and insightful presentations. Here, we have the certificate of appreciations. Before we end this, we have the documentation sessions. So, to Mr. Samudra Putra, please give a smile when I count 1 until 3. All right. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I remind all participants to fill out the attendance list through online learning UHAMKA or OLU. And before we go to the last agenda, I would like to inform you as well to do the pre-test, to do the post-test through online learning UHAMKA as well. And finally, we get into the last agenda in this event as closing. Let's close this event by reciting Alhamdulillah together. And as Master of Ceremony today, I would like to say thank you to all the speakers, the moderators, committees, and all participants. May what we had conduct will be useful for us. That's all for me and all the committees, and we apologize for you for any mistake and mispronunciation. Thank you for joining us today, and see you tomorrow. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Recording